Good evening.
Recording in progress.
It's the March 19th meeting of City Council. Can we get a roll call?
Mayor Lay,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Here.
Councilmember Fahey,
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Here.
Councilmember Hefner, Councilmember Kern, Councilmember Bierman.
Here.
Okay. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? Very good. All right. Next is the part of the agenda where we take public comments on items not on the agenda and items on the consent agenda. That is what it's meant to be, which is if there is an item that is on the consent agenda, you can talk about that. If there's an item not on the agenda, you can talk about that. But if there's an item on the agenda, you're going to have to hold those comments until the item gets called, all right? Speakers are limited to 3 minutes per person. If you can pool your time so that if there's two or more people who want to speak through a person, then that person can have up to 6 minutes. And we ask that anybody who wants to make a public comment on item not on the agenda or on the consent agenda, as well as any other comment on items on the agenda later, to fill out a card. They're on the table right outside the council chambers, and hand it to the clerk. Clerk moves at the end of the dais here, and she'll call your name when it's time to speak. So with that in mind, you don't have to take the full 3 minutes. Sometimes people can say what they need to in a shorter time. You don't have to take the full 6 minutes if you're talking to, if you're pooling your time. And, we try to encourage broader participation as we can, so that is one thing to bear in mind. And there's nothing wrong with saying, if you like, that you agree with somebody and that's all you have to say. I'm not discouraging people from standing up and saying their piece. That's what this is about. But just bear in mind that those things are sometimes helpful. And we know that there are people who've never done this before. And I just sort of say that so that you have an understanding. When you do get to the podium, please state your name and whether you're from Louisville or not. That is, whether you are a resident of Louisville, and go forward from there. There's a clock you can see that'll tick down the moments so you have a sense of where you are in the time limit. And I think that's where we are right now. So why don't we get going with public comments on items not on the agenda.
First is Avani Carter, and she'll be followed by Maggie Miller.
Hi, my name is Avani Carter and I'm a 4th grader at Louisville Elementary School. I'm a member of Panthers for Climate Action. You may recognize me from a previous city council meeting, but if you don't, I'm here to remind you of our ideas and efforts to decarbonize our schools. As I mentioned in February, our club is working to make a plan to decarbonize our school in LMS. To do this, first we will need to get a decarbonization audit done on both schools. Luckily, our wonderful principal, Mr. Miller, has approved our request for an audit. The way we will decarbonize both LES and LMS is to first make the schools efficient and, as a last step, to get solar panels. This will take a very, very long time because it is very expensive to make these changes. Depending on the stability and strength of the school's roofs, we will put the solar panels on the roofs or get a solar garden. While we are working to decarbonize our schools, it's good to know that the City of Louisville is taking action on the climate crisis and has started the 123 Electrify page on their website. As you can imagine, we are very, very excited about this page. We encourage you to tell people about what we are doing to help reduce the impacts of climate change. Thank you for your time and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much.
Next is Maggie Miller, and she'll be followed by John DeLassis.
Hi, my name is Maggie, and I'm a fourth grader at Louisville Elementary School. I'm in a club called Panthers for Climate Action. We have seen the page on the city's website called 123 Electrify, and we are excited that the city is taking community decarbonation seriously. We want people to eventually all get renewable energy, but you can't just get solar panels immediately. You have to follow a few steps. First, we all have to make a plan for how we are going to stop using natural gas and fossil fuels. Next, we have to make sure our buildings are efficient. That means good installation, good doors, and good windows. Lastly, each person who electrifies their home should spread the news. Another thing to think about is our schools. We want to decarbonize Louisville Elementary School and Louisville Middle School. In order to do that, we have to make our schools more efficient. We have to make sure that the roofs are strong enough to hold solar panels when we eventually get them. We also need money. We are not asking the city to give us money. We are asking for you to tell as many people as you can that we need money. We need money to do the audit and pay for all the decarbonation steps. We need money because we want solar panels in Louisville Elementary School and Louisville Middle School. To decarbonize both schools, it will cost more than $1 million. We're asking you to tell your family and friends about what we told you today. It makes us happy to know that the City of Louisville is taking action on the climate problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next is John DeLassis, who will be followed by Josh Cooperman.
Hi, I'm actually here on behalf of Deborah, who is disabled. That's why I'm reading this for her. My name is Deborah, and I have a disability, and I feel it is my responsibility to be a voice for the disabled who can feel unseen and unheard. By closing Main Street, it will add another barrier to those who have mobility issues who
Excuse
cannot
me,
get to their...
I'm going to stop you.
Wait
That
until the
issue is
other-
going to come up if you can wait.
I had a feeling. Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
yeah. You know, I appreciate that. We're just trying to do it all in order.
Sorry, that wasn't clear on the
That's
card.
not, you'll get the full time. Or I should say she will get the full time.
Next is Josh Cooperman on Zoom.
Hello, this is Josh Cooperman. I live in Louisville. I would like to comment on 2 items on the consent agenda. First is item B, the concrete and resurfacing contract. I'm really glad that the city does this sort of work to maintain its assets in a responsible manner. And of course, everyone likes having nice roads and good sidewalks, even bicyclists. I'd like to say that whenever we are looking at doing resurfacing or concrete work, we should always prioritize pedestrian and bicyclist improvements alongside such maintenance. And I believe that our city staff does have at least an informal policy to consider such improvements for pedestrians and bicyclists. One example relevant to the current contract is at the CTC, where there are plans to repave a few roads there. At the CTC, there are no bicycle lanes, so I think it'd be worth considering adding bicycle lanes, just right, when we do the repaving. Now, there are not many people who bicycle out at the CTC, and there are various reasons for that. But all the roads around the CTC have bicycle lanes. And so I think it'd be nice to continue those bicycle lanes into the CTC to make it an inviting environment for people to bicycle to work. The second consent item agenda is item I, the annual fuel purchase. On previous occasions, city staff has included historical data about the city's fuel usage. I found that quite interesting, so that we could see whether or not our fuel usage was decreasing. Hopefully it is, and certainly as we implement the internal decarbonization plan, our fuel usage will decrease. So far, I think our fuel usage has not decreased very much, because we've only acquired, a hybrid here or there, and maybe one electric vehicle, and we've only replaced some handheld lawn equipment. So I think it's worth keeping in mind that that fuel is just going to get burned and will then become greenhouse gases, and that we really need to decrease the amount of fuel that we are using. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Josh. Any other comments? Okay. Some folks may wonder why we're not commenting on this stuff or answering questions or whatnot, even if people raise them, and that's because the items are not on the agenda. So we may put them on the agenda in future moments, but this is a chance for people to ask about certain issues, and certainly staff and the council are taking notes and taking note of comments. And I very much appreciate the young people that come to this, because as you probably appreciate, there's a lot of people for whom public speaking is the #1 feared activity, and I am always amazed at how intrepid some of these kids are getting up there and just doing a wonderful job. So thanks for that. Let's say, council members have any pertinent items not on the agenda that they would like to, excuse me, I think we need a motion.
I move that we pass the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thanks. The council members have any pertinent items not on the agenda on which they'd like to report? I've got to report one. Last week, there's a group called the Northwest Mayors and County Commissioners. It's a group of, as you would imagine, mayors and county commissioners from Northwest metro area, from Westminster on up to Boulder and Longmont. And we took an annual trip, as we do, to Washington, D.C. to talk to the congressional delegation, both on the House and the Senate side, on matters that the group agrees in advance to cover. There is a couple of lobbyists there who set those meetings up. I led one of the meetings with Senator Hickenlooper. There were a number of others, including one with Senator Bennett, and mostly staff members on the House side and committee staff. And these meetings primarily concerned sort of thanking the delegation for their support of some projects that have had their support, including what they call a RAISE grant from the Department of Transportation to complete some work on the diagonal to make that safe for bicyclists and pedestrians. There was an amount of money that was awarded to finish that off, $25 million last year. There are some other grants that are in progress. There's one that we hope to get on Highway 7, which is north of us, obviously, but still very much affects us, to try to improve some of the, both the widening of that as well as some of the intersections. And of course, some of those intersections are roads that come down to Louisville. that road in particular, it was kind of sobering to note that there have been, I think, 6 fatalities on that in the last few years. And so these projects are really important to keep up the effort and the pressure to try to support them. The other thing that's going on has to do with Front Range Rail. There'll be more on that as time goes on. That is a matter that's sort of different from commuter rail, which is the rail program that we in Louisville probably care more about, because those are the trains that are going to stop in Louisville, but more later. I do want to say I really appreciate Deputy City Manager Sam Fox, who came with me. We sort of divided the various opportunities, and I got a chance to spend some time, and Sam did too, with some staff members throughout the area to try to work together on particularly transportation issues, which are the quintessential intergovernmental arrangements. I mean, you can't get anything done in transportation without a lot of cooperation from your fellow commissioners and city council people and staff. And anyway, anybody has any questions about that, I'm glad to field those later. But I wanted to report on that because I was a big deal last week. So thanks again, Sama, for your help. All right, yeah.
I just want to make one comment. I'm sure we all share it, or I hope we all share it, but Kurt, you and your team did just an amazing job with the storm. It was an immense storm. Luckily in March with some good weather to get rid of it earlier, but the amount of plowing and literal snow removal with tractors and trucks to like get it out of town, like I was quite impressed with how much work you guys put in, and I know that you have a lot of employees that aren't always plow drivers suddenly jumping into a different job and doing that for us. So thank you so much for just an amazing performance, in my opinion.
Thanks, Caleb. Yeah, it was 72 degrees in Washington, D.C. So I really appreciate your having stayed and done that work. And I was kind of glad to leave the rest of it to the rest of you. Yeah. Councilman Rufai.
I just want to quickly report that at the next council meeting, we'll be giving a report on the Rocky Mountain Municipal Airport. And so if any of you are interested in getting an update on what's happening there with the roundtable, attend the next council meeting. Thank you.
Should mention that too. A couple of weeks ago, I forgot to mention that. There is a bill in the state legislature right now to reduce the kind of the externalities that, or the effects of some of the traffic that RMMA, the airport in Broomfield and, excuse me, it's Jeffco and Broomfield, a little tiny bit in Broomfield County. And I testified on that bill, which primarily concerned various ways to reduce noise in Louisville and elsewhere in the area and reduce the amount of lead emissions. It's a bill that has passed through committee, and I think it hasn't yet hit the floor, but will hit the House floor soon, and we'll move over to the Senate side. And that's a bill that has been sponsored on the House side by Kyle Brown, who's a former council member here and is doing a wonderful job, I think, for our citizens here. Anything else? Okay, let's move on. The next item is the city manager's report. Is there any report?
Yeah, just briefly, Mayor, thank you. I want to thank the city clerk's office for scrambling today to get the system, the AV system in here workable. They were scrambling all afternoon to make sure this is workable, and appreciate everyone's patience and the little bumps that we may experience along the way, but thank you both.
Thanks. There's a sign on the door when I came in, well, course, I came in, it says, "Do not enter." So she was trying to keep it from getting disturbed, so thank you for that. And I didn't disturb it, so hopefully it's working right now. Let's go to the regular business agenda. We have on our agenda tonight, resolution number 16, series 2024, a resolution authorizing the temporary closure of portions of Main Street in downtown Louisville for outdoor dining areas and activation. And I guess, are there any disclosures by council members at this point? Yes, Councilmember Dickinson, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem, sure. So start with, I'll try to make this as brief as I can, but I'll start with disclosure, which is not much of a secret, but I started or joined with my sister in 2010 with Fox Property Management, and in 2015 we moved our offices from Boulder to Front Street here in Louisville, and we have grown since then, 9 years, from about 6 employees to 46. So we are quite a large business on Front Street now, again, Fox Property Management. And in 2023, when Old Friends was closing, I met with Wendy, the long-term owner for 14 years, and we arranged for me to buy Old Friends from her, and then I found a good friend of mine, Allie Bowdy, to be the owner-operator of Old Friends. So she's been crushing it there and doing well, but I am a part owner of Old Friends. And so I give those disclosures because there's been an accusation that I have a conflict of interest in being here tonight on this matter, specifically because the decision we make tonight, I want to read it verbatim, but could have a financial benefit through increased vehicle and foot traffic to my businesses, and that I should not be involved in the voting if I have a direct interest in the closure. So there's a part of our code of ethics, of course, that if we have a conflict of interest, especially financial, we shouldn't participate in the conversations. However, it's not considered, per our code of ethics, it's not considered a conflict of interest if any matter in which a similar benefit is conferred to all persons or property similarly situated. So, I feel very confident that my ownership of a business in downtown Louisville or two puts me in a similar situation, which would receive a similar benefit. So I'm very reticent to recuse myself. However, a formal ethics complaint has been filed against me, and that is now with the city of Louisville. And the process there is that our city prosecutor can't handle it because we actually employ our prosecutor. So speaking of conflicts of interest, it would be difficult for our prosecutor to investigate me. So a special prosecutor has been appointed to investigate my behavior and whether or not I am in breach of our code of ethics. And that has not been settled since the complaint came just last week. So it makes me feel very uncomfortable to sit on this dais and be a part of a conversation when I am currently under investigation for a conflict of interest and a ethics code violation. I am very excited to see it play out and to be able to, in the future, weigh in on issues of downtown Louisville. I live 3 blocks from here. I work 1 block from here. So I care deeply about this area, and I want to be able to participate. So I need clarity from the attorneys that I am able to participate. But I don't have that today, and that's unfortunate for me. So luckily, we have 6 wonderful council people, a wonderful staff, and wonderful residents to have this conversation, and I do not need to be a part of this conversation tonight and mess with my own personal liability. I serve my community, and I don't need to expose myself any further. So with that, I will be recusing myself from the conversation tonight and hope to return Meredith, if you can let me know when we move on to the next item. Apologies, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. In accordance with the rules concerning recusal, Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson is leaving the chambers or has left the chambers and won't have any participation in this particular item. I think we want to, I want to say one thing before we do this, the staff presentation, and that's that this item has generated considerable interest by people in the community, as it should. People have strong views about it. And some have expressed them, some haven't, some will tonight, some probably won't tonight. There are strong arguments, and by that I mean not strongly, arguments that are yelled out, but arguments that are really important for people to hear. And that's why this conversation is important. It's kind of the essence of public process. But one thing that I want to be clear about is that the conversation tonight, while hopefully will shed plenty of light on the subject, I am confident will not shed heat on one another. And by that I mean that I'd like people to be mindful that everybody gets a chance. People shouldn't get shouted down. People shouldn't get applauded, because that discourages people who disagree from coming up. And it really does have that effect. And I don't think anybody's arguments, if you have strong arguments about this, you don't need to do that. And I think people understand that. I explained that to a bunch of 10-year-olds a couple of weeks ago, and they all figured it out and appreciated it. And I think you all undoubtedly can follow that as well. But I'm really looking forward to this conversation. I have been for a while, and I hope you will too. And council is ready to listen, and we're ready to hear from staff about this proposal.
All right, good evening, Mayor Lay, members of City Council. I'm Rob Zuccaro. I'm the Community Development Director for the city. I'm going to be making a brief staff introductory presentation once Meredith gets the slides up here. So the city did receive a request from the Downtown Business Association in December of last year, asking if the city would consider closing Main Street seasonally as a temporary closure. The idea is that it would support businesses on Main Street, it would activate Main Street, make it more pedestrian friendly, and so forth. Very similar to what happened during the COVID closures was the request. Subsequent to that, the City Council did consider that letter at one of your meetings. There was no final decision made, but you did ask staff to go develop a plan that could be executed for this seasonal closure for 2024. So we're back in front of you this evening with that plan. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, Meredith, please. So the Urban Renewal Authority, Louisville Revitalization Commission, LRC, and the Chamber have submitted letters of support for this as well, so I wanted to mention that. But what staff has come back with and what we're proposing, if you do want to close it for 2024 for the seasonal closure, is to close the 600 through 800 blocks. So those 3 blocks of Main Street, which is kind of the core area of downtown. Certainly the commercial area extends beyond that, but that's the core of where the majority of the restaurants are. April 29th to November 8th is when it would be closed. If this is approved, that mirrors the patio program. It's the same dates as if we were implementing the patio program. And the east-west streets would remain open for circulation. So it's really, each block would be closed off individually as part of the proposal. So you can go to the next slide, please. So we have worked with the fire district and others on the layout. And what we've come up with is taking the right-of-way and having an emergency access lane is very important. So emergency vehicle access, as well as the ability to stage within that area for emergency operations. So what we're proposing is a 16-foot clear access lane where no objects could be placed. And then there's a 2-foot buffer. So there's a full 20-foot emergency access buffer, but those 2-foot strips, there could be movable objects if they were easily movable. And then you have the remaining 11.5 feet, which could be used by restaurants or businesses or otherwise activated for the public. So go to the next slide, please. The staff would anticipate installing directional signage around downtown to try to direct people, especially into the downtown East Louisville public parking and other public parking areas, discourage deliveries perhaps from going up Lafarge and other areas. We did contact RTD about what opportunities were for rerouting the Dash bus line. At least this year, our only option is to reroute it up Lafarge. If we do this in future years, there may be other opportunities, but for this year, Lafarge was the only opportunity that RTD would agree to for this year. So we'd have to develop the full signage plan. We don't have the exact signage plan in place, but if there is approval, we will develop a full signage plan and directional signage plan. Next slide, please. So we are anticipating reusing a lot of what we used for the COVID structures. The COVID closures. So we would be using concrete jersey barriers. Certainly those could be decorated to a certain extent. And then we'd anticipate using some mixture of ropes and the wine barrels that we still have and other barricades to create the dining areas. There are some opportunities for businesses within each block from a liquor licensing standpoint to come together and to be able to have open containers within the block area. So there are some opportunities for that as well. Next slide, please. So certainly the restaurants are the businesses that typically take advantage of this. Of course, Main Street isn't completely full of restaurants, although we have quite a few, so there's lots of areas that wouldn't be activated with restaurant dining. Any of those areas, staff believes it would be very important for this to be successful, for those to be activated with activities. We've been working with the Downtown Business Association. We've requested that they would take ownership of activating those areas. And that could be with games or activities or Adirondack chairs like we saw during the COVID closures. We could really develop those activities if this was approved to move forward. And I think that's the last slide. I'd be happy to answer any questions from the staff standpoint at this time.
Thank you, Director. Are there questions about the presentation of the Director from council members? Yeah, go ahead, council members. Hamilton?
Thank you. One of the pictures you showed up there, I don't think had the patios, the seasonal patios in place. We would still put those in place.
We actually wouldn't anticipate putting the patios in place. What if you put the image, I don't know if you're able to, Meredith, but the image from the COVID closures is what we did was just rope off the dining areas. It makes it easier to kind of go in and out and cross the street if you actually don't utilize the patios. It makes it more of an open area.
Okay, thank you.
It would look more like this without the patios. So the dining would be right on the asphalt.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bierman. Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you. Yes, I just have a question. this is going to be accessible for emergency vehicles down the middle, but I'm wondering if it would also be accessible for construction vehicles that are working on, like the old Waterloo or something, and need to get to the front of the building.
Well, we hadn't really contemplated that. I think on a case-by-case basis, we could arrange for temporary access for construction if needed. I think we would have to accommodate that somehow.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know offhand if the alley access is, I mean, that's being used currently on that particular site. I don't know whether that would do it or not.
Yeah, I would say that, oftentimes we'll close sections of sidewalk unless you have to bring in heavy equipment. Recently, they brought in a crane to bring in, some structural metal beams. So it's not very often. They may be past that point. I think if they are constructing the facade, we may be able to just maybe close off the sidewalk and not impact the rest of the street perhaps, but we don't know. We haven't brought that issue up with them. A lot of what they're doing is through the alley at this point.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I wanted to get, and if Chief Wilson is here, some clarification on the 16-foot access easement in the very center.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. John Wilson, Fire Chief, Louisville Fire Protection District. So where do we come up with that 20 feet and 16 feet? So with the ladder truck, I have stabilizers that have to reach out and then go down to the ground. That is 20 feet. And that's where the permanent structures have to be within, basically. So I have to have 20 feet in the middle. I've compromised to a degree a little bit to agree to 2 feet on each side, so it would be going down to 16 feet. Where I come up with the 16 feet is if my fire engine pulls up in the middle of the street and both firefighters get out of the back, my doors swinging open, and my firefighters with their SCBA packs or self-contained breathing apparatus are on their backs. That is a total of 14 feet. So I have to have a little bit of room to get around the doors. So why you're asking this question is because I got prompted a little bit with a phone call earlier, is where there are restaurants on both sides of the street, could we reduce that width a little bit more so both restaurants could have a little more room? And I'd probably, with working with the city staff, come up with something that I could compromise a little bit more besides those 16 feet. So.
And that would not compromise your ability to use the ladder trucks in the event of an emergency?
Yeah, so the two feet buffer basically are just tables and chairs where my firefighters can move those very quickly.
Okay. So in that, the 600 and the 800 block in front of where we essentially have like two sets of like patio things, it could go down to 14 feet in that area and you'd still be able to have the emergency access that you need to.
Yeah,
safely.
I wouldn't want the whole block, but just certain areas in front of certain restaurants that are across to each other. We could come up with some kind of plan with the city staff to come down with a little bit more.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You bet.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yeah.
Chief, maybe don't leave just yet. So within that 16 or 14, if you negotiate, nothing can be placed in that area, correct? Tables, chairs, or can there?
Yeah, in the 14 to 16 feet right in the middle of the street, I prefer nothing to be in there. I don't have time for firefighters to move chairs, move games, move everything else. I don't want my fire engines running over things. So I prefer that nothing is in there. And it also gives people a chance to walk freely. It also gives people to maybe walk their bikes and so on. So,
thank you.
You bet.
So to pile on to that, if we have this is more for Rob or Director Zaccaro, how much more would that give us beyond, if patios were to go in there, how much more is that? Is it just 2 feet beyond the, like if you had the patios in there, how much more?
Oh, how
with
wide
the
are the
buffer?
patios?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the patios, I believe, are probably 8 feet, but I don't know the exact dimension because they take up a whole parking spot. They're usually about 8 feet, so this is getting 11 and a half feet of width for the activation area.
So about 3.5 feet for additional tables, chairs,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
Okay, but it's
3.5
not.
in width plus more length of the block as well. The restaurants, the patios tend to be the immediate frontage of the restaurants, where, you know, this would allow, if there's not a restaurant next to them, at least during the COVID closure, some of those restaurants really spread out beyond their frontage a little bit where there was room.
Okay. And then, thank you. And then in terms of, I know you talked about wayfinding signs and so forth, but was there any other parking mitigation, that you had discussed or we can discuss? Other than just pointing them to DLO?
Yeah, I think that's where we have a lot of excess parking is delos, so that would be a primary strategy is try to get people before they get into downtown to be aware, and then, you know, probably do an information campaign for the community and others to make sure they're aware of the DLO parking. We would love to try to find some businesses that we could lease some parking, but we can't guarantee that that would happen. We'll try to find some businesses that might lease some evening parking, but that might be the only other strategy that we could implement. There is information about the number of parking spaces in the staff report. I didn't talk about that, about how many additional beyond the patio program. So if you have any questions about that, there are, and I don't have the number off the top of my head. But, you know, the patio program, you do lose a few parking. It was 23 additional spaces with the full closure is what we anticipate losing.
Thanks.
Other questions? Yeah. Councilmember.
Yeah, just one clarification. Is there anything special about the April to November dates? Or do we have flexibility to, for example, say we would do it from, just for example, June and July, and then patios August and September?
No, I don't think there's a special date other than the businesses have been used to having the patios during those days, so having expanded. But as far as going back and forth between the two, I don't think there's anything magical about that. But the DBA may have an opinion about that as well, because there'd still be, expanded activity.
But just as far as city implementation, we could do a shorter closure and then go to patios for part of the period?
Yes, we could, and, you know, our staff does implement it. It takes several days sometimes. They reserve a few days, so I think it could be done. It would just be some extra staff time to go back and forth between the two.
Thank you.
So, I don't know if Director Kohr has anything to say about that either, if that would be a major impact.
The switch, say we wanted to do a shorter period of closure and then return to the patio for the balance of the period that the patios have historically been there, how much work would it be to sort of remove the closure infrastructure and put in the patios for, say, you know, August, September, for example?
Sure. Setup is about 3 to 4 days for a street closure. Teardown's about 3 to 4 days. Patios are another 1 to 2 in there. So there's like about a week transition.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. Another question actually about parking and signage. So the Wayfair signs would be, you know, a good option to direct people before they even come into, like, onto Pine to get to Main to find out that they can't park, like, right around that area. Is it also possible then to have additional signage, especially I'm thinking along Pine so that people don't turn down Lafarge? Can they be things that say, like, residential, you know, no through traffic, residential only? Can we do things like that? The concept would be to take all of this, like, additional traffic flow and not have it be down Lafarge, but because other than a Saturday morning and a Friday night, people can do front, or they can go down to Highway 42.
So we could put some signage that would discourage people from driving and parking on Lafarge. I do think, I would say that even when we don't close the street, you know, downtown kind of relies on those first couple blocks for business parking as well. So that's just something to keep in mind. If we really say this is resident-only parking, then there could be business, impacts to businesses just from lack of, close-in parking to those businesses. And they'd probably move out just a block or two to the rest of the residential area as well. So, because they'd have to park somewhere. We have limited public parking in downtown. So I'd say the businesses in downtown do generally rely on some overflow parking into the neighborhoods, even without the street closure.
Do we have any idea, have we looked at or looked into it to see how much of the Lafarge parking is needed for residents versus is being utilized for business parking?
Not recently or specifically. Years ago, we did parking counts to see how many people were coming in during different parts of the day. It was back in 2018. It's pretty old data, but I would say, anecdotally, just being here, there's a lot of people parking that work downtown and visiting the businesses, that is observed on a daily basis. A lot of the city staff, park in and around downtown, including on Lafarge as well. So I think a lot of the office dwellers and people visiting the businesses will park within a block of Main Street.
So would it be safe to say that about half of the spaces on Lafarge are occupied by non-residents?
I don't know, yeah.
The reason I ask is I'm curious if maybe it's not all of the parking is for resident, but maybe part of the parking is for resident only. So maybe the first couple of spaces coming in on a block is available for non-resident, otherwise everything is for residents only, so that they do not feel the pinch, and that they know that they can come home from work and have a place to park. So I didn't know if it's possible to even do a partial thing like that.
I don't know. Okay. I mean, I don't think we've ever implemented a parking program outside of, the center of downtown. I've never seen anything that's kind of partial like that. We could always look into it if you wanted more information on a program like that.
And how hard would it be if we do find that we are not providing enough disabled parking spaces? How hard would it be for us to designate with a sign or what have you some additional parking spaces on the east-west streets, the cross streets, to add for disabled parking if it's needed? Is that, because I think we have disabled parking, but maybe if we were to close those sections of Main Street, maybe we would need a few more on the side street, is I guess what I'm getting at. And I didn't know if that was possible to do if it's necessary.
Well, I think with the time and resources, we could certainly find additional accessible spaces and implement those, but we haven't looked into that, like how many we'd need or where they would be if we needed additional ones.
Okay. And then if we do, if it was possible to not implement these exact dates that are being proposed, but it is possible to make it for a shorter period of time, would that, like not starting in April, but not starting till like June, let's say, we'll take Dietrich or Councilmember Hoffner's suggestion and put that there. Would that give you more time to do this, or to maybe come up with a couple more parking answers? Would that help? That extra month or month and a half of?
Specifically about handicapped accessible parking?
Handicapped accessible, whether we can, restrict some of the parking on Lafarge so that it is mostly for residents, so that it would help them on, like, even the summer nights when, we usually have, like, a huge overflow in crowds, like on a Friday night for the street fair or Saturday morning for the farmer's market. So I'm thinking there would be, like, a benefit in general in doing that for them and helping them out through the summertime. I just didn't know if it was possible. Do we need to make the entire street for residential? Or if they're using half of it's designated, half of it's not? That's why I just thought I would ask. And if we don't have the data, then is there time to collect that data for us?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a matter of data collection. The last time we really looked at parking down, there are parking experts out there who can put together like kind of a comprehensive parking management plan for an area like downtown. We probably don't have enough time to bring in expertise that could really advise us on how to properly do this within just a month timeframe.
Okay. One last question about the logistics of setting up. If we're not going to do the patio program, or if we shorten the length of time for a closure to just a couple of months, would we be able to implement the patio program for before and after? Is that too much to put on staff to ask for you guys to make those changes so often?
I think that's a liquor license question that I'll pass over to Jenny.
Mayor and council members, the issue that I see with closing Main Street, then adding patios or moving back and forth is you're asking a liquor licensee to modify their premise every time you do that. It's a $300 charge. So if you ask them to modify for a patio and then you do a closure of the street, that's a potential $600 cost to the licensee.
So the license that they receive if we don't do the patios, but it's closed so they can extend their space to the 11 and a half feet instead of an 8 foot.
Right.
They can't just use that the whole time? That would
No.
require some, okay.
No, they cannot.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you, that helps. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. First, one question that I have has to do with mobility. There are people who are disabled. There are people who are just mobility impaired for other reasons. Have, in preparing this proposal, I'm asking sort of a different question than Councilmember Kern, but what consideration has been given to that?
Mm-hmm. So we were anticipating, similar to the COVID closures, we purchased a series of ramps that are ADA compatible to come in off the sidewalk into the street. So there is some possibility you could navigate into the street, but we do provide ramps so that you can be on the sidewalk and get down into the dining areas with those ramps.
Which would take care of or help people in wheelchairs, but not other folks that just had general problems moving more of a distance than they would from, say, a parking spot directly into a business.
Maybe restate the question.
Yeah. It's just one of the things that I foresee, and I think it was a challenge during COVID when we did this, is that currently somebody can pull up in front, or a driver or whatever can pull somebody, up in front of a business. Somebody can get out, and it's a relatively short space, and sometimes they can help. Somebody can come out of that business and actually walk the person inside. When parking spots are taken, then ramp or not, it's going to be a longer distance.
Yeah, so if you're trying to drop someone off, we do have the cross streets open.
Right.
So the closest you would be, if you were a mid-block business, you might have to walk a half a block instead of dropping someone off immediately in front.
Well, it's an issue. And I understand nothing has been done to sort of ameliorate that or remedy it, mitigate it. A couple of other things. Downtown, and by that, I don't know how we want to define downtown. I have a feeling people who are here probably can do that pretty readily. But is it, how far does the 2-hour parking extend?
So it extends a half a block on either side of Main Street to the alley. Once you get on the other side of the alley, so on the west side between Main Street and Lafarge, it's basically to the alley is 2 hours, and once you get past the alley, it's no time limit to the west.
Did you, and I'm asking these questions just because I'm interested in what you've covered and what you haven't in the time that you've had, but did you consider extending 2-hour parking out from beyond just that half a block off Main Street as one way of potentially mitigating some of the parking issues?
We didn't consider it for this 2024 closure, no.
Okay. All right. And as I gather, there hasn't, at one time, I think the city did look into permitting and parking and didn't go down that road. Every so often, it surfaces as an idea. There are a whole bunch of different ways to do it. I don't know whether you've considered.
Yeah, the effort that I'm familiar with was the LRC effort to have a parking garage in downtown, and so it was considered in conjunction with the parking garage, because the idea is then if you have the capacity in the core downtown, and so if you have the resident permit parking, then it pushes people really into that parking structure. Oftentimes with resident parking, there's pay parking as well, so that's something that was recommended and that the city would have to grapple with is, do we want to have pay parking as well? It helps make those types of things more successful.
Right, right. I have a question for Director Coer, who I think might be able to answer this. Or maybe you may be able to do this too. There is, I don't know, I always refer to them as the iron rules of traffic, and I don't know that that's quite true here, but there's a certain distance that people are willing to walk from a parking space to a destination. I'm sure it's not quite that simple, but is there a sense of how, is it 800 feet? Is it 1,000 feet? Is it half a mile, you know?
Well, I think there's different data for parking lots, but the general rule of thumb for a maximum walking distance is a quarter mile.
Okay.
As a comfortable walking distance.
And from, say, the 600 block, and this is unfair. I should have asked you this before so you could measure it. But to get from, say, the 600 block of Main Street over to Delo, what's the distance roughly?
Yeah, I can measure that in just a second here.
This is a little bit of a curveball. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. 1,600 feet, says Director Coer. He was faster than me.
Okay. Has there, well, let me premise this by saying, years ago when we were really struggling with how big the street fair was and how to deal with that, we ultimately made some changes, including reducing the number of nights and kind of reducing the probable size of the event. And I think we've been, depending on who you talk to, relatively successful at mitigating some of the more difficult impacts. But at least one year, and maybe more than one, we used buses to get people from what was then, I think, the Kmart parking lot. It's Ace Hardware in that area near Burger King, downtown. Was there any thought about potentially a way of moving people from Delo to downtown, a jitney, or some of those little tricycles that they have down at GCPA in Denver, anything like that that would, potentially make it easier to park further away, less likely that people are going to park in neighborhoods and, sort of potentially mitigate some of the parking problem.
Yeah, we didn't consider any of those options for this proposal.
Okay. All right. Any other questions before we take some public comments? And again, I'm not going to repeat what I said earlier. We can take public comment right now. Do we have anybody who wants to publicly comment on this?
We'll start with John DeLasis, and on deck will be Marco Toscano.
Welcome back.
My name is Deborah, and I have a disability, and I feel it is my responsibility to be a voice for the disabled who can feel unseen and unheard. By closing Main Street, it will add another barrier to those who have mobility issues, who cannot get to their appointments, or those who have to walk a long way and not be able to walk the distance. They will be unable to enjoy their favorite restaurant or go into their favorite shop because they can no longer be dropped off in front and walk in. This is a real concern for iWorks. Much of their clientele are elderly with physical issues. If someone in a wheelchair is riding the bus and has to get off on Lafarge to get to downtown, that person would have to travel down the street because of lack of ADA compliant curbs. That is a serious issue. The first available bus stop is at Short Street, and that's a long ways to ride to get to downtown. The closure of Main Street will disproportionately affect people with disabilities. Please keep Main Street open for them.
Very much, I appreciate that. Yep.
Next is Marco Toscano, and on deck will be Derek Wood.
And I think I do have a presentation to share.
Sorry.
Fine. There we are. All right, Marco Toscano, I live on Front Street. We're asking you tonight to hit the pause button and vote no on the closure of Main Street. This close now, mitigate later approach has a lot of citizens concerned. We have 482 petition signatures and counting asking you to vote no tonight. 20 plus businesses have spoken out against the closure, and we know this will force 400 buses from RTD onto Lafarge Avenue per week, which is a quiet residential street with a preschool raising concerns. We know only 50% of those businesses on Main Street actually voted to close based off of a DBA survey. They went to 20 restaurants. 10 of those restaurants actually voted for the closure. 2 voted no, and the rest just didn't reply. No actions have been taken to find if this closure will actually even be successful. The one study we can point to shows that 89% of these types of situations fail. No other options are being presented to you tonight for consideration. We know there's other successful options out there that we should be considering, and we want to be part of the solution to help Main Street be successful. We ask you to vote no tonight, but we don't want that to be the end of the conversation. We want to help resolve our issues in Old Town, and we want to be part of that successful closure. Part of that successful issue to help our businesses survive. We want to be part and resolve those issues before we vote, and missing information is as important as what's being presented, and staff proposal does have some key missing information that needs to be considered. We've outlined steps here that should be considered for a successful operation of Main Street, and we think those need to be considered. As we look at thriving and successful communities around, we look at Lafayette. We know they're considering additional beautification efforts. We also know they're considering a pedestrian area off of the street that removes any burden on the neighborhood businesses and takes it off of the street, which is a much safer solution. We look at downtown Breckenridge, we have a great downtown area in Breckenridge, and we all love those areas and we love to shop there. We also look at College Avenue in Fort Collins, who also has a thriving area without the need of closing those roads. When we do look at those pedestrian malls in our neighboring communities, such as Pearl Street or Old Town Arvada, we see that those blocks that are closed are actually surrounded by commercial streets. So those detouring traffic and parking are all absorbed within those commercial zones. And these communities still offer parking permits for residences. So tonight we ask you to vote no, but we don't want that to be the end of the conversation. We think there's a lot of work to do to help our businesses thrive. We want our downtown businesses to be successful just as much as they do. We want to do that in a thoughtful and approach in a way that approaches a win-win solution for all those residents involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco.
Next is Derek Wood, and on deck is Sally Harris.
Good evening. I'm Derek Wood on Front Street. Sitting here this evening, there were some great questions that, I think should have been part of a conversation before we had like, hey, let's close Main Street and vote. Questions you brought up are fantastic, Ms. Kern, and that also led me to another question with emergency services. I know you spoke about servicing emergencies right on Main Street. What if there's a call somewhere further down and the quickest route is down Main? Are you still gonna take Main Street to get there? Is my house that's on fire gonna experience a delay because you have to go around Main Street? Or is that gonna be an open emergency lane that you can actually use to get to a fire somewhere? I also wanna bring up kind of some words that are written on our wall right here. It's basically the foundation of how the city said it would operate. Our commitment is to protect, preserve, and enhance the quality of life in our community. By closing Main Street, you'll be sending 400 RTD buses a week down a quiet residential street. That does not enhance anybody's quality of life, not to mention the rest of the commercial traffic that will go with it. Innovation, collaboration, accountability, respect, and excellence. All these are in question regarding the way this topic ended up here tonight. There was no collaboration or accountability whatsoever, and with that comes a lack of respect. But not reaching out to fellow residents that are stakeholders in this decision is a shame. Something as simple as this postcard that I got this evening talking about the comprehensive plan would have been an easy way to start this conversation. All these relate directly to our mantra, our mission statement. I'd like to know, how is the city going to rectify this? We need to go about this another way that follows our city's basic guidelines. Thank you.
Thanks. Next.
Sally Harris will be followed by Kimberly Eccles.
Hi, I'm Sally Harris, Front Street. I have a couple friends that I have lunch with in downtown Louisville quite a bit. Marilyn is 87, and Francis is 86. And they've lost their husbands recently, and one of their great joys is taking part in what happens downtown. So I pick them up because they're not that mobile, and I stop in front of the restaurant that we've planned to go to, and I get out of the car and I help them out, and I get them up over the curb, and then they go into the restaurant and either get on the waiting list or a table, and I find a parking place, and I come back and we have lunch. I don't want to have to tell them that they can't do that anymore, because there's no way they can even walk half a block, ramp or no ramp. It would be a shame, since when we get older, we lose a lot, including our mobility, but they haven't lost the joy of having lunch in downtown Louisville. I don't want to be the person to say, I'm sorry, they made it so you can't do that, because they can't walk that half block. They just can't. And I have another friend who's a vet, and she served in Afghanistan, and she is now missing part of a lung and part of a leg. And she will not go into a wheelchair. She is a fierce warrior, and she manages to get out of the car without my help, but she has the same problem. She cannot walk that half block. So I am begging you to slow this down, maybe just leave it open. Please vote no on this so my friends can still have lunch and we can still have a good time in downtown Louisville without struggle. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally.
Kimberly Eccles, followed by Joyce Brandenburg.
I'm Kimberly Eccles. I'm a 24-year resident of Front Street. In late January, I received a flyer from a nearby neighbor stating that based on a request from the Downtown Business Association, the Louisville City Council was considering closing Main Street from the 600 to 900 block from April to November. My initial reaction was shock and disbelief, thinking, how can they do that? The they being the people that my neighbors and I trusted with our vote to protect and preserve our quality of life, and to make prudent and well-advised decisions regarding our safety and well-being. I raced over to my next-door neighbors, flyer in hand, inquiring if they had heard of such a proposal or knew anything about it. They had not. It seemed unconscionable to me that a closure of this magnitude was not addressed with the surrounding neighborhoods. No effort has been made by the city to qualify the impacts to us that's expected from this closure. According to the Responsible Hospitality Institute, when divisive, challenging issues erupt in a downtown, it's the responsibility of the agent of change to respect the existing surroundings without ruining their quality of life. With that being said, how could you, the they I referenced earlier, even consider closing off an historic Main Street while simultaneously devaluating and aggravating the surrounding neighborhoods that have been there for years? The close now, mitigate later approach being considered is such a crucial issue is irresponsible and could have far-reaching consequences. It's vital that the council votes against the closures tonight and takes into account the impacts, risk factors, and perspectives of all stakeholders before making it a final decision. I urge you to hit the pause button and conduct thorough due diligence. The need to work closely with all stakeholders is paramount and must be considered. A comment made recently by a member of council that resonates so clearly with me and continues to really trouble me is that 20,000 other residents will benefit from this closure, while it would be just an inconvenience to those of us that have invested in our properties, have made Old Town our home, and now we stand to lose much that we've all worked for, and because of that, you will vote on. Thank you.
Thanks.
Joyce Brandenburg, to be followed by Rudy D'Onofrio.
Hello, City Council. My name is Joyce Brandenburg. I'm a 41-year-old resident, I wish I was 41 years old, 40-year resident on Lafarge in Louisville. Aside from the studies, research, and making the community aware of any changes to be made in our city, I would like to approach this issue from a different perspective. This is also very significant. What has not been stressed nearly enough is the preservation of the history of Old Town Louisville. We have not considered the people, especially the miners who built and established this town over a century ago. The business and shop owners, the restaurant and saloon owners, teachers, sausage makers, and especially the miners who put their lives on the line to create this town they called home. People traveled from countries around the world to come here to create a better life for themselves and their families through the coal mining industry. It wasn't easy for them because coal mining was seasonal and the strike they endured turned into a long, raging war. They suffered through hardship and poverty. The miners worked in deplorable conditions that threatened their safety and lives. The owners and operators of the mines were not held responsible for their health issues or deaths, hence the debilitating strike. But they didn't give up. They stayed. They sacrificed because it was worth it to them to stand up for their cause and their livelihood. This is their heritage, their history, which must not be ignored. There stands a statue of a miner, memorial in front of City Hall, which represents what they stood for. It's because of their blood, sweat, and tears that Louisville is here today for all of us to enjoy. Let us not destroy what they spent their lifetimes building. Main Street and surrounding neighborhoods are the core of their heritage. It deserves to remain and be recognized through all time. The fate of our little house, which is over 120 years old, will be demolished and replaced with a mini mansion in the future, but not as long as my husband and I exist. But we can't stop change. It's inevitable, but erasing important memories of the past is not right. Let's work together to make Main Street a better place for everyone. Let us make it more desirable and pleasant for people to want to congregate and bring in more revenue for our city. Let's make it like it was in 1898 with better restaurants. Please, Council, take this and everything that our supporters have contributed into consideration when making your decision. It will affect so many people and must be made carefully and with thoughtful regard. This takes time and reasonable process.
Your time is up, if you could finish up.
And should not be made rashly. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce.
Rudy D'Onofrio to be followed by Deborah Burklehammer.
Yeah, my name is Rudy D'Onofrio. I actually own property here on Pine Street. I grew up between Jefferson and Lafarge. So this is actually good coming off of her speech here. I have a lot of history here. My mother cooked calzones and pizzas for this town in the 1980s and early 1990s. Main Street back then, if you look, was incredibly busy. Maybe there was conversation of closing it back then. I don't know, but they never did. I feel that Main Street can remain open and we could focus on other things than just closing it, like trying to get this area more vibrant. My other concerns is, as you can see, my gray hair, I want to retire here. And I do not necessarily agree with having all this traffic and all this parking that you guys are just now starting to talk about go on a residential street like Lafarge. And then we're not just talking about cars, we're talking about buses, we're talking about trucks. That residential area is not designed for that. You need to come up with a better plan. That's what my concerns are. And my concerns, I want to come into a quiet neighborhood. I understand this area is a business area, but not the neighborhood area. So like everybody's requesting, most people here, put the brakes on, do more research, talk more, and come up with a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Burklehammer will be followed by John Aaron.
Deborah Burklehammer on Lafarge. I am reading a letter that was written by a business owner in the west side of town who wishes to remain anonymous. As far as our thoughts as business goes, you have hit on something that has been a contentious issue for us for years. While we appreciate the efforts to preserve and maintain the historical vibrancy of the old town, it often does seem to come at the cost of other areas, which have been either left to blight, the McCaslin corridor, or sprawl and unsightly development, Highway 42 area. The city has repeatedly subsidized the Old Town restaurants with some well-meaning programs, such as the street fair and providing outdoor seating and publicly owned land for other private businesses, our competitors. We all own the streets where our competitors are allowed to set up outdoor dining during COVID, while restrictions kept our operations to carry out only. Yet we are still here while others have folded despite these advantages. Continuing to throw tax dollars at these businesses by giving them an unfair advantage in the form of extra dining space in publicly owned areas is a wrong path. Old Town is difficult for out-of-town guests to visit, and that is fine. It should sustain a vibrant community of shops and restaurants frequented by locals, as there is no easy access to Old Town from the 36 corridor. It is not meant to be a destination for folks from Boulder, Broomfield, or beyond. Lafayette has developed its local businesses to a point that they no longer need to travel to Louisville, and the infrastructure is not there to handle the traffic needed to attract business from the neighboring communities. Cutting off Main Street will just exacerbate this issue. The businesses should be able to cater the not trivial 20,000 plus Louisville locals instead of artificially creating a demand that the infrastructure cannot support. If tax revenue is needed by the city, they would be better off revitalizing the easily accessible McCaslin corridor, which still has the foundations of burnt businesses visible. The infrastructure is there, and long-standing quiet neighborhoods are not. It is great to see the Coles turn into something, but there is great opportunity with the spaces of the abandoned Lowe's and non-tax generating Sam's Club Ascent Church to have the gateway to Louisville be revitalized. It sits on a major bus route and highway and will soon perhaps see the dilapidated theater become home to CU living quarters. Spend the money here and it will generate tax revenue and protect the character of Old Town by limiting growth and allowing true success stories of Old Town thrive without handouts.
Thank you.
John Aaron to be followed by Diana Barney.
In the interest of those who know more about this, I am yielding back my time.
Diana Barney to be followed by Jean Morgan.
Hi, I'm Diana Barney. I live here in Louisville. It's nice to know that we're all on the same page. We all want the same thing. It seems to me that there are two issues going on here. One is how do we make Main Street and downtown vibrant, and the other is how do we get tax revenue going for the city. I think the letter that Deborah read was great. I'm excited about all of the things that can be done either with the Highway 42 corridor or McCaslin. Regarding closing Main Street, I just don't understand the trade-off. There is such a small amount of space to be gained and so much damage to be done. I just don't see that it even is close to being equal. And just on a personal note, I think swapping out the patios for something else is a mistake. I was delighted to see those patios come into existence. I can't remember how many years ago. I love the patios. I love the flowers. I live a few blocks from downtown, and the thought of closing Main Street for what? I haven't heard a single word about the potential benefit of closing Main Street. We do talk about there could be some additional seating, but I haven't heard any data at all that there is any positive benefit to be gained by closing Main Street. There are lots of other things that we can do. We have empty buildings on Main Street. That's outrageous. Let's think of something that we can do. Let's think outside the box. I think we can make something really special happen because I think we are a special town. Thank you.
Thanks, Diana.
Jean Morgan to be followed by Larry Crowley.
I'm Jean Morgan. I live in Minersfield neighborhood, and I have a quick note from a friend of mine, Barb Hessen, 500 block of Lafarge. She's lived here some 80 some odd years. I've been able to drive through Main Street all these many years, If Main Street is closed, Lafarge will get all the traffic plus noise and the loss of our parking spaces, and this is not fair. The mayor and the city councilors all live far away enough from this matter that it will not bother them. I've paid really high taxes not to be able to drive down Main Street. Please save our historic Main Street to drive on. Respectfully, Barb Hessen. The next are my notes. My thoughts are with the folks living on Front, Lafarge, Jefferson, and Grant and Lincoln, and all the east-west streets connecting them. In looking at our earliest Louisville map, on which, by the way, Main Street was called 2nd Street, these neighborhoods are part of the original town plat along with Main Street. My concern is it fair to reroute Main Street traffic and parking onto the surrounding neighborhoods, which are as historic as Main Street? The answer is an emphatic no. Additionally, Hutchinson will be affected with more traffic as these north-south streets end on Hutchinson, which, as you know, has the elementary school at the end of it with young students traveling it to go to their school. I've also learned from neighbors that many Louisville middle school students walk and ride their bikes on Lafarge to go to school. Have you considered that during the Friday night evening events and the Saturday farmers market when Front Street is shut down, the neighborhoods west of Main will be even more impacted because Front Street will be unavailable for traffic? Please put yourself into the shoes of those affected by Main Street closure of any length of time. Our historic Main Street needs parking and easy accessibility to the businesses there. It can be beautified with creative lighting and trees like that are along Front Street and along Pine between Front and Main. Thank you for voting to keep our Main Street open.
Thank you, Jean.
Larry Crowley to be followed by Stephanie Schillegeter.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Lawrence Crowley, Larry. I've been in Boulder County since 1954, and I've been lucky enough to live in Louisville for the last 30 years of that time. I'm also a retired teacher, and I was a member of the Open Space Advisory Board. So I am an old guy, and I am a disabled guy, and I want to reemphasize what the speakers before me have said, that it's difficult for me now to find parking and to get into the restaurants, to attend the farmer's market, to go to the library, where I like to go. I spend a lot of time down there. It'll be even more difficult later. I've had, again, no real idea of why this is being pushed, why people have decided that we need to close Main Street. It doesn't seem to make sense to me. I was hoping that if we're going to close Main Street, it would be of benefit to the majority of people in Louisville to do that. And I can't see how it's a benefit to the majority of us. So I'm going to ask you to please vote against closing Main Street temporarily or permanently. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Stephanie Schillegeter to be followed by Eric Reed.
Hi, good evening. Stephanie Schillegeter. I am a resident of Boulder, but a business operator and owner downtown. And I'm also on the DBA board. And I think I'm the first one up here that is in favor of closing Main Street. But in hearing all of the comments prior to me today, I think it's been really wonderful to hear the other perspectives that are coming up to the podium. I totally get the sentiments being expressed, and there are different opinions on this clearly, but the one common theme that I hear throughout everybody that has spoken today and what I feel, and I know that others on the other side of the equation feel, is that we are all truly really looking for a solution to save Main Street, downtown Main Street. I think that's just a common theme. I can assure anybody that might think otherwise that those of us involved with the DBA are 100% only about a thriving, healthy, not only downtown for business purposes, but we are very interested in a healthy, thriving community here. I think sometimes that gets misconstrued, that maybe we're all just about the success of the businesses, but I can assure you that that is absolutely not what this is about. As a business owner on Main Street, who hears a lot from the business community, those days that Main Street was closed during COVID, albeit such a terrible time, they were some of the most community thriving times down here on Main Street, where it really just brought people together. And that was not just a benefit to the businesses. We hear from a lot of the residents that we've spoken to and the general community that it was also a thriving time for the community. So that's really where I can tell you I am coming from as a business owner, and where much of the sentiment of the DBA is coming from too. We really are looking, like so many people have expressed tonight, we see the empty buildings, we see businesses leaving town, we see less visitors coming to downtown, and I think we all share the same interest and maybe concern that we really want to see things turn around and return like a thriving, like prosperous energy to downtown. So I wanted to say that. I also wanted to add that in fairness, we actually heard, the DBA heard that there was a petition going around against closing Main Street. So we actually decided to initiate a petition seeing how many local residents would be in favor of closing Main Street. And as of today, and we tried to truly make it a neutral survey, just who's in favor. We got a lot of really great responses and comments, and I think we're at about 550 respondents who are about 75% of which are local. I know I'm out of time. But I do think that there are a lot of people who really enjoyed the community gathering place of closing Main Street too. I know I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Stephanie.
Eric Reed to be followed by Rick Crone.
Eric Reed, resident at 1001 Rex Street, owner of Acme Fine Goods on Walnut here in Old Town Louisville, Downtown Business Association Retail Liaison, and Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce here in Louisville. I stand here after going back and forth about writing a letter, trying to figure out exactly how accurately I was going to portray this situation, and knowing how emotional it is on everyone's part. So first, I want to say thank you to the City Council, to all staff, Rob, for everyone putting in the efforts to get the information. And I think there's some background here that needs to be said, because I am now the second person in kind of in a pro position of Main Street temporary closure. This is not new. It's not being pushed right now. We did propose this from the DBA back in December. Conversations were brought up last June. This is not a fast-moving target. It just feels that way for folks who have not seen this yet. And I feel for people in Old Town. I live in Old Town. I think that something I notice is that these businesses in downtown, whether it was the Waterloo now or the Rex before, or the number of Italian restaurants that have come and gone, this Main Street was a vibrant Main Street for a very long time. And that's why I built my business here. That's why I consider Main Street in Old Town Louisville that third place. And so some of you may or may not know what that term feels like or what it means, but you have your home, you have your work, and you have your third place. And the DBA is trying to activate a downtown that really needs help. And we see a lot of people putting in a lot of effort. LRC, EVC, there's amazing people on this staff in this city, the people working together in this community. And I think it's very important that we recognize that we're all trying to do the same thing, which is keep this city alive, keep it moving forward, because no change is not a good idea. It doesn't get us anywhere. And so when people are upset, I understand, and I want to be there to have those conversations, and I have had those conversations with many people. Folks coming into my store daily asking about the Main Street closure, some of the misinformation in terms of it being a full-time permanent closure, turning it into a foot mall. That's not what we're proposing. What we're trying to do is invigorate a downtown that needs the help to draw businesses and to keep the businesses here. So I appreciate everyone. Thank you very much to all the residents. Thank you very much for coming out and being involved, because there are a lot of meetings that are public that you can all come to. So thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Next is Rick Crone, to be followed by Fred Perkelhammer. Rick is pooling time with Tom Horst, who is in attendance.
Thank you. I'm Rick Crone. I'm president of the Downtown Business Association, and I've been a member of the community as a resident since 1987. Let's see. Well, first, thank you for the opportunity, and I'd like to do a real quick review. First, we had email discussions and some other conversations in June of 2023. So like Eric just mentioned, this has been a long-standing thing that's been going on. It got hotter in December of last year when we sent a letter asking for the temporary closure of Main Street, to emphasize a temporary closure of Main Street. And yes, we asked for a fair amount of time, all the way from March to November, and it's been shown that maybe that was too long. And that's fine. So I think that that's a compromise that can be made, is to lower that. We also asked for the closure of the 600 to 900 blocks. There appears to be a push in the staff report to take the 900 block out of that. All right, there's a compromise we can do. There has been discussion of parking, and I know that the city has worked very hard on the parking issue, and it sounds to me like they have come up with a number of potential solutions. Yes, they're potentially not done yet, but they're working on it. Unfortunately, the bus is an RTD enterprise, and they have been unwilling, unable to do anything other than to put on Lafarge at this time. We're not crazy about having the bus on Lafarge either. We'd much rather have it on Front Street and Highway 42 where the businesses are. Unfortunately, we are not driving that bus. Now, we'd like to support the city's efforts at getting leases and eliminating impacts on the neighbors as much as possible. And as mentioned, after we heard about the resident petition, we put together our own and sent it out there, which I am sure sounds to me like we've got friends on both sides of the issue. And as they used to say in the state legislature, we stand with our friends. The rickshaw and bus idea for remote parking lots isn't too bad an idea, but we've tried it with the street fair, and frankly, we didn't have the volume of traffic to justify that. In other words, there weren't enough people taking the bus down to the street fair, but we did try it for a couple of years. City financed that. All right, so why do it? Number one, downtown is still impacted by COVID and the fire. By far, most of the businesses endorse the closure as a way to improve business. Yes, there are businesses on both sides of the issue. Second, the closure will make downtown more friendly for families and with children. It sounds to me like we have a split of opinion on that, particularly among the disabled population. We do want to increase downtown foot traffic, potentially increasing business and repeat customers. By the way, for everybody's information, I've got 6 minutes because of the pooling. Let's see. We've already attracted a News 4 story, and actually I thought it was a very good story. It presented both sides, and to me that was important because we're getting the word out there. One of the things that's been emphasized is the idea that we need more people downtown in order to be able to support the businesses. And having that News 4 story out there, even though it was in between, showed both sides, I think was an extremely good thing. The more promotion like that we can get, the better. Now, the owner of Crystal Springs Brewing, who is Tom Horst, who is here today, wrote to me earlier today, quote, "I have talked to so many people in the last few days who have expressed nothing but joy regarding the closure." Yes, there are others who don't have so much joy. Let's see. All right, so for these reasons, the positive comments in the staff report, we'd ask you to vote yes on Resolution 16 of Series 2024 to authorize temporary closure of Main Street. Having 2 minutes left and another page of notes, I'm quickly going to go through these. Basically, you are going to vote the way that you feel is best for the city. I don't know whether or not you're going to vote for or against, whether this will pass or not. But what I'd like to do is challenge everybody in the room, both those who are against and those who are for, to say, okay, whatever the answer is, good or bad from the standpoint of closing the Main Street, is to ask for help for our small businesses. Your help, the challenge here, is to shop in our shops, dine in our restaurants, get a haircut, style your hair, do your nails, go to Renew Movement, go to the med spa, get some candy, get ice cream, have a beer, maybe have 2 beers after this meeting, walk downtown, visit with your neighbors, stick your brother-in-law with the bill for a restaurant trip, check out the value of your house at one of the local real estate offices, go to the bank, seek financial advice, eat tacos, volunteer to help in a parade, buy some jewelry, go to a parade, and go to a business after the parade, have fun at the street fair, buy too much at the farmer's market, have a pizza, buy some clothes, consign some clothes. If you know anyone who's looking for a place to open a business, suggest downtown. We've got space available. In short, I'd like you to be a positive force to help your downtown survive and thrive, regardless of the answer here. So, in the end, we have confidence that you will be able to do the best thing that you see for the community, and I thank you for your time there. Let's see. I believe I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rick.
Fred Burklehammer, to be followed by Mary Dibble.
Mayor, councilors, Fred Burklehammer, Lafarge Avenue. There was a statement that we had plenty of time in Old Town to know that this was going on. It wasn't a surprise. But the fact of the matter is almost everybody on my street was surprised. There was a statement earlier about how the agent of change has the responsibility to be sensitive to the neighborhoods, and I don't think it's sensitive to the neighborhoods to not reach out to them to ask us what our feelings and opinions are before something big like this happens. I want to talk about the national studies. And there have been 3 of them that were pretty big. One of them was in 2008 by the Memphis Center City Commission. And in their report, they wrote, and they found that almost all pedestrian malls that were built in the 60s and 70s had been closed or were failing. Vacancy rates along the mall increase and retail mix deteriorates. The retail focus shifts from comparison and destination goods services, such as department stores and high-end retail, to convenience stores. The mall becomes an uncomfortable and threatening environment, attracting loiterers and transients. That was the Memphis study. The Fresno study found that depending on how you crunch the data, and I spent a lot of time doing it, either 87 or 89% of all malls nationally were failing or had failed. Many of them had been replaced with the original streets, and the data is there in that study. It shows that sales went up and the districts were revitalized. In the Fresno Mall, there was a 2021 study by Cornell University that talks about the same success indicators as the Fresno study. The malls that succeeded, and there are only 15 in the Fresno study out of 116 studied. There has to be a university or some other source of high youth population adjacent. Louisville does not have that. This study found that malls don't generate their own foot traffic. There has to be some other attraction nearby, such as a beach or a tourist destination, like Faneuil Hall in Boston. It helped if the mall was located in a dense urban area. Louisville is an area with lots of residential homes with children. It's not a dense urban area. And the length of the mall should be short, and that's the one area that Louisville has. That's the one success indicator that this proposal has. Thank you.
Mary Dibble, to be followed by Tom Rafferty.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Mary Dibble. I've been a resident of Old Town Louisville for 50 years and purchased a home in 1988. I'm speaking tonight in favor of...
Can you pull that microphone just a little closer to you?
Right there?
I
Better?
think so. I think that's better.
Okay. I'm usually loud, so I'm a little nervous. I'm speaking tonight to ask for a no vote to stop and pause. You've heard a lot from people that, and myself included, I just really feel this was kind of, people don't like this term, but I feel like it was ramrodded through. The city and the DBA have avenues to get information to the residents. The city has their quarterly community update. Nothing was said in the winter or spring. The DBA has their monthly emails. Nothing was said there. So there were avenues to get the information out, but apparently they didn't want to share. Being that they might have thought there was some resistance to it. So I just really think we need to sit back and do some, as many people in this room have said, we need to do, just look at like a research paper. We need to get some data. We have lack of data. We need to look at residential parking, the traffic that's being diverted, not just to Lafarge, it gets east-west side streets all the way Jefferson, front, Lafarge, Jefferson, Grant, Lincoln. We also have the swimming pool, that has overflow into our neighborhood. So I really think, there should be more information assessed, which apparently there was none. So I think it's real important. We really need to pause and do the work that needs to be done. And also, I have concerns besides just the traffic with the vehicles is, if you're gonna do this downtown closure thing, you probably have to have amenities like heat lamps, porta potties, and that will increase foot traffic. And with foot traffic comes all populations. And myself, I've had homeless people knocking on my door, begging for money. Not a comfortable feeling. Also, I want to say something about the online petition from the DBA. The day it was put out, it did state that the opportunities with that they could have band
If you could
stage,
finish up, your time is up.
band stage and additional seating and things, but with the 16 to 20 foot barriers with the emergency line, you're not going to be able to give that additional opportunities.
Thanks.
Tom Rafferty to be followed by Mary Ann, who did not leave a last name.
Tom Rafferty, Ward 3 since 1977. You hear a lot about the impacts to my friends who live on Lafarge. This is obvious. However, I live at the south end of Main Street on Rex Street. My scenario is similar to people who live on the north end of Main Street. I drive Main Street every day, nearly every day, going to and from Boulder. I will now have to reroute to Hutchinson, Lafarge, and/or over to Front Street. I will not get to drive Main and check out the vibe or impulse stop and shop. Please, can you please consider your neighbors? A small town street grid is not unlike the body's circulatory system. If you cut off one artery, let alone the major artery like a main street, you know full well it will put pressure on the whole rest of the system. So what I did is I read the 120-page current transportation master plan. I found at least 23 questions that highlight an utter disregard for the master plan's policy. Remember, this master plan was a community-wide collaboration. If you amputate our Main Street, you will acknowledge that the surrounding neighborhoods do not matter. However, if you reason and you rather enhance the street and its downtown with a revamped marketing and management system, together with all the other Louisville commercial sectors in town, might you benefit from a proven national Main Street small-town economic consultant to inject new competitive wisdom into a long-range plan? Is the physical design of our downtown the sole determinant of its success? Design matters, but markets are more important. Then we did what you recently asked, Tim, offer mitigations on the design of a closed Main Street. We confirmed with the city that diagonal parking on Lafarge is not possible. And I tried, but I failed at this. I tried to figure out, how do you make a beautiful billboard sign at the two gateways to this pedestrian mecca that says, Main Street is closed, go right or left. Do not park in the residential neighborhoods. Do not speed through and endanger our children in your frustration now trying to find a parking space, as we have wasted 59 of them already. Can we be optimists and work together on a win-win alternative solution? Lastly, in my Remembering Main Street book, at the very beginning to set the stage, there is a picture of Main Street and a quote by Pulitzer Prize writer Eudora Welty. You could see a town lying ahead in its whole, as definitely formed as a plate on the table, and your road entered and ran straight through it. You could see it all laid out for your passage through. Towns, like people, had clear identities, and your imagination could go out to meet them.
Tom, your time is up.
Thank you very much. Please vote no.
Thanks, Tom.
Next is Mary Ann, to be followed by Elisa Passarelli.
Hi, I'm Mary Ann. I do have a last name. It's Gibbs. Thank you, City Council, for your service. Thank you, my fellow citizens and neighbors. We're doing the process and working together, and that feels encouraging. I don't know if it's possible to agree with everything I've heard, but I kind of hear and agree with everything I've heard. I live on Lafarge. I did hear about this recently. That's just the way it came to my attention. I enjoy the activities on Main Street. I enjoy the silent disco. I think it's a hoot. I love the community dinner. It's a really fabulous town. I love the businesses. I encourage my business appointments to meet me here. I love visiting the stores, supporting them. Family comes into town. We're all over Main Street. I want to see it thrive. At the same time, I think there's some unintended impacts going on, and I myself have not vocalized or articulated them. I was only too happy to put up with whatever during COVID, and now I think it's important that I'm sure other people don't think of these things because they aren't impacted as the people who are. So it's time to speak and point these out, and I hope there's resolve. I think there is. I think there's win-win-win, and we need to find that and actualize it. So I guess in short, I'm going to come down with a please pause. There's some valid points. I went to meet and speak with neighbors. I didn't think we had anything in common, but in listening, I hear that there are concerns, and I'd like to see them addressed. Not get the cart before the horse kind of thing. Let's do this thing, figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elisa Passarelli, to be followed by Jeremy Carlson.
I'm Elisa Passarelli, and I live on the 600 block of Lafarge. I've been in my little house since 1990. And I'm here to speak about the alleyways because nobody's talked about that. And my alley specifically, people shortcut when we had the closure for COVID. They come off of Roosevelt and they shortcut through the alleyway to get to Pine Street. And it's not a few cars, it's traffic. So you've turned an alley into traffic. On top of that, all the big trucks that are the delivery trucks for the restaurants that's where they're gonna have to do their deliveries. And they already do that to some extent. Some of them are too big, they've pulled wires out of people's houses. I've had to personally help people back their trucks down the alley. So I hope that if you do this closure, you think about these things. I wrote a letter after I was almost hit, stepping out to put my trash out, to maybe make it a one-way, because you can't have these people just cutting through the alleys because they don't want to go all the way around down to Front Street. And it's a serious issue. It's a lot of traffic, a big difference. So I want it to be a point that you think about with the city. That's about all I have to say. But one thought is, you talk about making more vitalized downtown. There isn't even a sign out on 42 where there's a huge amount of traffic that points and says, downtown Louisville, dining, fun, adventure, whatever. We have a big train there now, perfect place to put a lit up sign that points people to downtown. So just a positive thought. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa.
Jeremy Carlson, to be followed by Eric Lund.
Hi, my name's Jeremy Carlson, obviously. I'm a resident of Lafarge. My wife and I have lived between South and One on Lafarge for about 20 years. One of the first things that we really loved about moving to Louisville with our little kids was getting down to see the street fair. And we really enjoyed being able to walk downtown and go to the businesses. When COVID hit, obviously, it impacted us all in horrific ways. And I really loved the ingenuity of the city of figuring out a way to close the streets. And it was delightful. It was really delightful to come down and get to experience this. I always thought the patios were not a bad solution for being able to eat outside in the summer. But on the other hand, when we had a little kid, at one point he got between the patios and he nearly walked out and got hit by a bus because he was just sort of like, oh, I'm just moving out. And when we have the patios, the traffic's right there. So I really appreciated being able to have the street actually closed and being able to relax when I'm down there. I hear a lot of people who say that this is really impacting them negatively. Myself and some other neighbors that are living right downtown, we loved it, and I would love to see it come again. And so I would say vote yes, but there we have it.
Thanks.
Eric Lund, to be followed by Alan Muir.
Eric Lund, 901 Main Street, and I'm the Executive Director of the Louisville Chamber of Commerce. Honorable Mayor Lay, City Council members and staff, the Louisville Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and the 41 businesses who responded to our survey of businesses either supporting or not supporting a temporary closure of downtown Main Street are asking for your support in working with the Downtown Business Association's vision to improve the downtown district's Main Street retail sales efforts by temporarily closing a section of Main Street. We believe this would improve the viability and visibility of the downtown area for pedestrian retail traffic. After extensive interviews with downtown businesses, the DBA has found a majority of support for this proposal amongst its members, which also includes a large number of our Louisville Chamber members. We conducted our own survey just the other day on March 18th of our business members and had 41 businesses respond within 1 day as to whether they support, do not support, or were not sure regarding the temporary closure of Main Street. Of those who responded, 76% supported the closure. 19% did not, and 5% were not sure, would like some more information. Louisville businesses citywide have endured substantial negative impacts as a result of COVID and the Marshall Fire, and that certainly has hurt all of our businesses in the community as well as in the state. And we believe it is important to support our business community and to help our businesses get back on their feet through a proven approach of increasing retail foot traffic while also being sensitive to our community residents and mitigating as much as possible any potential negative impacts. And we look forward to supporting the reactivation of downtown Main Street at our own office location right at 901 and working with the city to improve the historic Old Town District. So we ask each of you to support our downtown businesses through the DBA's vision and to approve a temporary closure on a very small portion of Main Street to improve business in our historic Old Town District. A temporary closure would show if this is a viable solution for the Old Town area. So why not give it a chance to work? I want to thank everyone for sharing your concerns. We request you approve a temporary closure to support our businesses. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Eric.
Alan Muir to be followed by Susan Honstein.
Let me ask you, how many folks do we have lined up? I see 3 who are online.
About 15.
15? Because you have already gotten to the podium,
I can pause if you need to.
I think I'd like to take a break because I think we usually just, this is not picking on you. We usually take a break at 8 just to stretch, and I encourage you to do that, use the restroom and so forth. And we usually do kind of a check-in with one another on the council around how long we're likely to all last and how much of the agenda we are going to be able to get through. This is obviously very, very important, so we're not going to stop this, I don't think, or put this over. Why don't we take a break? We've said 5 minutes in the past. Nobody listens to that. And I'm not going to give an order that that nobody listens to or obeys. Let's say 10 minutes if you can get back before that, but we're going to start in 10 minutes. Thanks.
I'm not the only one who gets all of it.
I'll tell you in a minute.
I follow the rules, Mr. Mayor.
T-Trick, you know,
22?
what happened? Ready, Meredith? All right, let's come back. And the gentleman who was just up there is, there we go. Thank you, and thank you for waiting.
No worries. Thank you.
Your name and...
Thank you. So my name is Alan Muir. I live on Lafarge, and I'm hoping to address decision-making process, safety, and quality of life issues. My name is Alan Muir. I live on Lafarge Avenue. I'm happily retired after teaching music to children for 29 years. I taught music at Louisville Elementary for the last 16 years of my career and have devoted that time to the emotional and physical development of the children who live in the Old Town area of Louisville. There have been thousands of them, and I cared for them as if they were my own. I tried my best to be caring and compassionate with them each and every day. Teaching is a dynamic experience which requires us to adapt to the needs of those we are responsible for. Decisions have to be made that affect not only individuals, but ultimately an entire community of stakeholders. At the core of this decision-making process, the question is always asked, what's best for kids? Tonight I'm here not only to support my neighbors, but to advocate on behalf of the children of Old Town, or as I call them, my people. In closing Main Street to traffic, you're about to make a decision that will affect the quality of life for downtown residents and their families. Families who bought homes on a quiet, tree-lined street that was not on a bus route that produces nearly 400 buses each week. In fact, one of my neighbors did a study of midday traffic on Lafarge and counted 4 cars in an hour. No trucks, no buses. There were more people and dogs than vehicles. The absence of vehicles makes it an attractive place to walk and ride bicycles, something my wife and I do every day. The families who live on these quiet streets care about the safety and well-being of their children just as much as you care about your own. Many of these children walk to school. Some of them are just learning to navigate their way to school without an adult for the first time. The average age for this tends to be around 8 years old. Oops, lost my spot, sorry. Then there are the kids who just got their first cell phone and are distracted with everything from texting to TikTok. And these are just the elementary kids. The middle schoolers who use Lafarge Avenue are older, but certainly not much wiser. The frontal lobes of these teenagers are not fully developed, and now they're on e-bikes going full speed, 2 kids to a bike, neither of them wearing helmets as they commonly blow through stop signs. Closing Main Street will divert cars, trucks, and buses from the expected location to an unexpected one. I expect that drivers who are lost or late won't drive like their kids live here, because they don't. They will be looking for a way into or out of the neighborhood, or for a very hard to find parking space. This is a recipe for disaster and begs the question: does the benefit to a handful of Main Street restaurants who already benefit from the patio program
If you
outweigh
could finish
the
up, your time is up. If you could finish up.
Yes, I will. Thank you. You've been given many reasons why further study is warranted before making a big decision. Look at the data, consider all the stakeholders, and please consider the impacts to everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan.
Next is Susan Honstein, who will be followed by Mark Oberholzer.
Good evening, Mayor Lay and City Council members. Susan Honstein, 727 Pine Street, and I've lived there for 26 years. And I rise in opposition to this plan. After almost 2 hours of testimony, there's not a lot that I can say that hasn't been said about the impacts to our neighborhood. A couple of things that were on my little list that haven't been said is the condition of the sidewalks on Lafarge as it pertains to people with disabilities trying to get to the bus, and also a concern about how quickly the fire truck gets to my house from the Main Street station down Lafarge as opposed to coming down Main Street. With that being said, the downtown is so important to us all, and I think that there are less onerous things that you can do that won't have a 24/7 impact. Even when those businesses are closed, we still deal with the effects of Main Street being closed to us, the residents who use that street. It's a public space, it's not restaurant space. So I'm not a marketing person, I'm not an economic development person, but I think we could sure use some great signs on 42 and on South Boulder Road that say Louisville Business and Restaurant District, big signs that have those words and not little minors that are hard to read. And I think a sign that says McCaslin Business and Restaurant District would be a good idea as well. The other thing is, I think we need a parking management plan, because parking, whether you do this or not, is a ongoing forever problem. And then the last thing is, I really wish you would find a way, or somehow there could be a way that citizens could give their input to the businesses downtown, because it's not for lack of a fun space that maybe some of the attention is dwindling toward downtown. I live 1 block off Main Street, and I find myself going there less and less. But I love my downtown, and I'd love to support the businesses. I wish there was a way that you could tap into maybe doing some kind of a word cloud survey of all of the residents, what's great about downtown, what's not great about downtown, and give that information to the businesses to help them maybe make some adjustments that would be on them to improve what is there for us, what is an attraction. Because the attraction is going to be the businesses. It's not going to be the playground in the middle of the street. So, wow, I did it within 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. It's good to see you.
Next is Mark Oberholzer.
Hi there, my name's Mark Oberholzer. I live at 224 Hoover Avenue, which allows me to walk downtown quite a bit. I also own Tilt Pinball, as well as part owner in the building where Tilt and Verde are. So I certainly have a stake in this on a couple of sides. One as a resident, one as a business owner, one as a building owner. There's been a lot of data-driven, logical arguments on both sides. But the simple decision point in my mind is that a closed Main Street is just an awesome place to be. You can walk down Main Street, bike down it, you can wander from restaurant to restaurant, gathering places, the activation. The appeal to it, of that to me is very strong. To address a couple of the points that I did hear, there's a study about Boston and Fresno, another big city. We're not a big city. We're a small city. We can do these things our way. We can adapt. We can make it work. There's a question of a lack of data, lack of study. We've done it before. We did it during COVID. There's data points for you right there. We did the data study by doing it and trying it, and in my opinion, it was completely amazing, and I was fully support doing it again. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Next is Cynthia Korn. Cynthia, you need to unmute on your end.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Cynthia Korn. I live in Louisville, just a couple blocks from downtown, from Elm and Main. So I've heard a lot, and there's a lot of discussions around creating solutions for downtown, which is great to hear and very generous of this community. The things that are difficult to hear about are, one of the things I say often is our whole downtown area is a school zone. And I really appreciate Tilt, where I had a high school graduation, and Verde and Picas, and I've been to almost all of those in the last 2 weeks, and Bittersweet and Giovanni, and just did the Shine session with ELC. So I'm a regular shopper downtown, but there's some true safety issues that are being ignored and weren't addressed by any of the people who are in favor of this. So it seems to me the pause is for safety and for that mission that people pointed to that's on the wall. And I again want to speak to the generosity of this downtown community. Our parks tax passed by almost 70% in this community. Environmental sustainability is huge in this city, and yet there are loud voices from downtown who have spoken loudly against leaders of the environmental movements within Louisville. There is pain from that. And some of the reason that downtown doesn't get more business, I've chosen to set differences aside and go ahead and continue to shop downtown. And I feel that vibe and I support our community. But I think we need to call out an elephant in the room, which is the business community has been really heavy-handed and vocal against a large part of our community. So I don't think we owe it to slam dunk this. But I want to come back to support it with solutions. So on the safety side at Elm and Main, we would need a four-way stop. That is already a blind corner. Maybe we could do a diagonal on one side of Main Street and alternate it one year to the other. Having buses and semis go down Lafarge is a fact, it's not emotional. One of the business leaders said there's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of facts, and I appreciate that one of the leaders said that there's a lot of facts on both sides. So let's come up with the right solutions, come back to the table, enjoy our street fairs, come up with more gathering opportunities, and bring our community together and stop bad-mouthing the environmentalists in Louisville.
Thanks,
Thank
Cynthia.
you.
Sorry.
Next is Christian Dino, to be followed by Leah Bradley.
Hi, my name is Christian Dino, 967 Eldorado Lane. I'd like to just voice support for this measure. I think that the businesses downtown have been struggling. I mean, through COVID, through a lot of these measures that we've done. I mean, we've seen it with some of the businesses closing. We no longer have Empire downtown. It's time for us to really rally together and support these businesses and the economic vitality in our community so that we actually have a business community and some vitality. I mean, we don't have nearly the tax revenue that we had previously coming out of local businesses. And I mean, that's a problem all the way around. I mean, who's left to pay for all that when they all dry up? It's all of us, it's the residents. And we need to support this. I think that there are some measures that can be taken to help alleviate some of the concerns. You know, perhaps creating a few more accessible stalls on each of the cut-through streets so that at the entry to the closure, there is additional accessible parking. And then whether it's a matter of potentially supplying some wheelchairs for temporary use, whether it's supplying some trailer, you know, bike-mounted trailer rickshaws that could be loaned out to all these middle schoolers on the e-bikes and let them ride people around and pick them up for tip money. It'd be a fairly small investment on behalf of the town to, you know, alleviate a lot of those concerns. I think there are solutions that we can pursue to address the concerns that have been raised tonight. But none of this makes any sense if we don't have any businesses down there to support. Please vote yes.
Thanks, Christian.
Leah Bradley, to be followed by John Larry.
Hi, thank you. I live in Boulder, but my husband and I have iWorks at 615 Main Street. We've been there for 15 years, and prior to that, on South Boulder Road for 25 years. We feel very much part of the community, and I will say that we felt even more part of the community during the pandemic when the road was closed in front of us. But we had difficulties, even though y'all kindly designated 3 parking spots for us in the little parking lot right across the street. That was helpful, but it didn't always solve problems because we get young kids, families. We see sometimes 3 generations of the same family, so we have a lot of elderly patients. And to not be guaranteed a place to park to come to your eye doctor appointment is difficult. We rallied, we did the best we could. Sometimes we would go pick up our elderly patients and bring them and then return them to their home. But it was difficult for people. And of course, we'll never know how many patients did not come because there wasn't adequate parking or easy to get to, you know, parking spots. So on the other hand, there were things about having the road closed that were really delightful. So I just hope we'll find some kind of compromise, some kind of solution. I appreciate the Downtown Business Association for grappling with this. The one other thing I wanted to say is that we are a retail space. We sell eyeglasses, obviously, but we are medical also, and there are probably, I don't know, maybe twice a week or maybe once a week, we'll have a patient call and they're having a crisis, a health crisis with their eyes. Maybe it's flashing lights, whatever, something that needs to be seen right away. So we always tell them, come now. And as soon as they walk in the door, we try to get a doctor to see them right away, my husband usually, because we want them to be able to, us to be able to call an ophthalmologist if they're going to need surgery, often that day if it's a torn retina. So it's not that unusual for that to happen. Often it's not a torn retina, but we don't know that. So you just don't want people to have to think, okay, I got to go to a walking mall to get to my doctor and I'm losing vision in one eye. So it would just be a little bit weird to have that aspect of our business be on a street where there isn't on-street parking. But again, there were a lot of things I loved about having the street closed. So I don't envy you, but thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, Leah.
John Leary, to be followed by Don McKee.
John Larry, I've lived on Lafarge Avenue for 43 years. Several years ago, for the second time in the last 40 years, the city considered realigning Main Street with Centennial Avenue through that empty lot on the corner of South Boulder Road and Main. Because the current configuration of having two lights that are less than 300 feet apart, there's benefit in looking at that issue and possibly having that realignment. The matter went to the city council, and a lady who, with a lot of emotion, got up and spoke. And she spoke about how long and hard she had to work to own the home that she was living in, and that it was like a lifetime dream for her. The thought of having a street infringing on her front lawn was devastating to her. As I said, she was very emotional. Now, as an aside, I expect that the thought of having an alignment that was in existence for decades and maybe over 100 years never crossed her mind when she made her investment. The council voted unanimously to drop the idea. The joy on her face was evident. The mayor at the time, Bob Muckle, looked at her and said, "This is small town character in action." Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Don McKee to be followed by Ben Knott.
Good evening, I'm Don McKee. I live at Short and Lafarge. I was going to open tonight with a comment about perhaps the restaurants, if they needed more space, could expand laterally along the street, but listening to staff, they seem to have that in mind with the closure. But also listening to staff, I noticed that all the space they're going to get is 3.5 feet. That doesn't fit a table. That doesn't really expand their capacity. Expanding laterally, you still have capacity. So why do the restaurants need more space? On a different subject, at Lafarge and Short, that's where the buses come. When the RTD jumps over to Lafarge, they come up Short. Now, on Lafarge, which is a main thoroughfare for kids going to middle school, there's a hill just north of Short Street, and delightfully, Lafarge is now wonderfully paved. And so when you get some red-blooded American kids on wheels, that hill is wonderful. And that stop sign is invisible to a 13 or 14-year-old kid. And so we've got scooters and bikes and e-bikes and skateboards, and they just shoot down there. And now we're going to put buses and trucks and more cars. I'm scared. We're going to have a kid killed. That's, you know, and you can't blame the kids. That's what happens, you know, when you're 14 and you think you're immortal. Finally, Main Street is the heart and soul of Old Town Louisville. It's the heart and soul of Louisville. It's the heart and soul of small town America. And so why would you close it? Why would you barricade it off? Why would you deny access to it and cut the heart out of Louisville? Thank you.
Thanks.
Ben Knott to be followed by Steve, can't quite read the last name, maybe Rolaji?
Hello, my name is Ben Knott. I live on Garfield, and I work in the tech center. I'm here to voice my support for the temporary closure of Main Street. Like many of you, I moved here to live in a safe, vibrant, and walkable community. I believe a temporary closure of our Main Street will help provide a safe, vibrant, and walkable space where our community and business can thrive. I am compassionate and empathize with those who spoke before me about the very real challenges they described. I hope and believe there is a compromise to be achieved, and I appreciate Council's time and thoughtful consideration and support of this initiative.
Thank you.
Steve? To be followed by Graham Jackson.
Hi, it's Steve Rolap. I live on the 800 block of Lafarge. Parking is already a nightmare. Anytime after 10, if I leave my parking space in front of my house, I will not have it until 8 or 9 o'clock at night. It means that even though I work at home, when my wife leaves for work, she many times has to park in a very inconvenient spot in our alleyway because our garage space isn't set up correctly and we can't zero lot line the garage. What I'd like to know is why is a business district who has known about this and wanted to do something not come through and address the RTD issue before ever coming to close Main Street? Why is Front Street not being addressed by the city now? This isn't something new. As you can see, I'm very much against it. I'd ask you to hold. Thank you.
Thanks.
Graham Jackson be followed by Mary Ann Heaney.
There, sorry, I was in the back. As you can hear from my accent, I'm definitely a long-time resident of Louisville. Been living on Lafarge for 23 years now, so quite a while. Wasn't born here, mind you. Just wanted to bring up a few points. Wanted to reiterate the issue with the alley on Lafarge, the 900 block especially. I know 600 block isn't great either. 900 block is a lake right now. If anybody would like to go out and see it after this meeting, you're welcome to. It is a massive big lake because it's collapsing. And I think the Main Street closure is going to push a lot of traffic down there as people start to go and look for parking spaces elsewhere. So again, just to reiterate what happens with the traffic when Main Street is closed, a lot of people go north and south on the alleyways. And they can only be one way at a time, but they're not one way. So there's just a lot of congestion and things like that. Also means that we can't get to the back of our house if that happens. But if that was, I think, if the infrastructure was improved so that the big trucks that are delivering stuff to the restaurants and things like that were able to get in easily and quickly, I think it would probably be a big improvement. So infrastructure in that way. One other thing I wanted to mention, and I think there are a lot of people against this, but I wanted to mention it because I don't know how many of you are good at parking, but I'm pretty sure most of you aren't, because we sit on our porch and watch people park on Lafarge, and they can't park. Parallel parking is a lost art in the world. We were trained to do it long time ago, and that was a long time ago, right? And everybody seems to have forgotten how to do it. Even with, cars wouldn't come with automatic parking if people could parallel park. What I'm trying to say about all of this is Lafarge doesn't have any spaces painted on it, which means whenever the first person arrives, they park wherever they want to. The next person arrives, they park wherever they want to. And you end up with a street that's probably got 3 cars worth of space, but nobody can fit into those spaces because they're not demarked So something to consider as a compromise, trying to help the parking situation is to actually paint parking spaces. I know the parallel or the angled in parking wasn't going to work, but the actually having spaces would help a lot, I think. Thank you. That's all I've got to say.
Thanks.
Marianne Heaney to be followed by Joanna Aladu.
Good evening. I'm the Marianne in the room that knows her last name. I also would like to vote for a pause, but I don't want to address that. I have a question for staff mainly. As an industrial safety professional for 30+ years, I look at those diagrams probably a little different than some people. And I notice in closing off the street, we're using those concrete jersey barriers. And for y'all that haven't worked construction, even a small one weighs about 750 pounds. The larger they get, and depending on the composition, they can go up to 1,300 pounds, which is probably why it takes Kurt 3 days to set all that stuff up. So my question is, if we have those in place and we do have a fire truck that needs to go down the street, I'm just wondering how they're going to access that street. So if you guys could possibly address that in your wrap-up comments, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Marianne.
Joanna
Thanks for not directly asking. We were going to open a whole new chapter if we did that. But thanks for raising the question.
Joanna Aladu to be followed by Sherry Summer.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Lafarge, and I just want to reiterate a few points that have already been brought out this evening. And I just feel that there are several outstanding issues that I hope are further researched and some solutions are proposed before the downtown is closed. And one is parking, has been mentioned several times. I just want to remind everyone that not all of us on Lafarge have garages or alley parking. A lot of us rely on street parking in front of our homes. And the second issue, crucially, is the RTD bus. And I don't think sending several hundred RTD buses a week down Lafarge should be a secondary consideration that might or might not be figured out. I think the RTD bus rerouted on Lafarge is not just an aside, but a very real impact that needs to be assessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sherry Summer to be followed by Pat Carbone.
Sherry Summer. I'd also like to ask you to hit the pause button. First, I'd like to thank all of the residents who showed up and voiced the many concerns so eloquently and very respectfully, considering how much of an impact this has had. One thing I've noticed as people have talked is that they're expressing concerns that many of you are also concerned about. You've spoken, all of you have spoken to these issues. So access for people with disabilities, safe streets for children, e-bike safety, treating others the way we like to be treated. Also, you care about process, involving residents before making policy, active participation and input from all stakeholders in the community, process that serves the whole community. These are things you care about. And so I'd like to draw your minds back to the council study session that the city manager organized on red teaming, in which the presenter talked about the importance of voicing differences, not just coming to a conclusion. And I think that you have all voiced those differences. These are things you care passionately about. And I think it's really important that you are able to voice those passions. I've noticed a lot of unanimous votes lately. And I can see where, from your position, maybe that feels like a strength, right? That, you know, we're not divided. But I do think it's really important that you consider the idea of red teaming, the idea of using the strength of your own passions to address these problems before the implementation happens. We already know what happens when it's implemented. It's a problem for many residents. So we don't need to do that experiment again. Thanks so much.
Sure.
Pat Carbone to be followed by Katie Zoss.
Hello, I'm Pat Carbone. I live at 822 Lafarge. And I'm going to probably be talking a lot about what some other folks have already mentioned, but this is what I prepared. Of course, parking is obviously difficult. I live on Lafarge, and it's already difficult. Most of the people on our street, I think there's only 2 of us that have driveways on our whole block. Imagine coming home and you got a car full of groceries, you have kids or dogs or, you know, just stuff like musical instruments like I always have, and you have more than you can carry, and you can't even park by your house. You have to lug all this stuff in. We're going to lose some parking spaces on Main doing this. So why are we doing it? I've talked to some folks up here, I'm not going to point to who, about why don't we have permit parking for like Boulder, like Arvada, some of these other places, or why aren't we talking about that under these circumstances? Well, somebody said that that's difficult to do because if you give residents permit parking, then it's like they own the lot, they own the concrete, they own the street in front of them, thus they have to pay taxes and such on it. Well, if that were the case, and I don't know if this is true or not, but if it were, then why wouldn't the restaurants or the city or someone be paying taxes for what we're gifting them? I don't know. It seems like you should be able to give the residents permitted parking because, like I said, most of them don't have a driveway or a place to park. It doesn't seem like a lot of this stuff was researched or planned. Really, 399 buses a week, that's like 57 a day going down Lafarge. You know, most of us didn't move here thinking we were going to live on a highway. There's, as mentioned, all these e-bikes and teenagers riding them without helmets. They're distracted by phones, all that. It's just an accident waiting to happen. Totally against the closure on Main Street. Doesn't seem like a good idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
Katie Zoss to be followed by Cindy Thomas.
Hi, my name is Katie Zoss. I'm a Louisville resident. I live at 239 South Cleveland Avenue and have been a resident for about 7 years now. And one of the main reasons that we moved to Louisville was because of the bikeability, because we saw that this was a community where we could ride our bikes, take our kids downtown, be able to enjoy the restaurants. And we also found that it was an incredible community where we could go and just run into people and have that time to see your neighbors and folks when you went out. And so I really appreciated during the pandemic when Main Street was closed and we had additional dining, meaning we had, you know, kind of less wait times in order to get into the restaurants, making it a lot easier for families to dine out. Appreciate having more space so that we can get out. And I have talked to a lot of local business owners, and I know that they are smart. They are doing the very best that they can for their businesses and to make this the kind of community where we have lots of vibrant restaurants and things downtown that makes this a really great place to live. And I know that they have recommended that this closure would be good for their businesses, and I really, really support that. I love having this community where we can all get out and be together, and so I encourage you to support the closure of Main Street. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie.
Next is Cindy Thomas.
Hi, thank you so much. Cindy Thomas, I live in Old Town on Grant Ave. Appreciate council taking up this issue. Really appreciate everyone's opinion. And it's, just to take a second to say it's wonderful to live in a community with diverse opinions and really deep engagement. Our family moved here specifically to be within walking distance to Main Street with a clear understanding that having that easy access would mean more traffic and maybe challenges around parking considerations. So I fully support the closure of Main Street to vehicles. I think the walkability and will really enhance downtown and allow Main Street to serve as a community living room. I believe we can overcome the challenges, which are real, that have been brought up today, and I urge you to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Oh my, I think we're at an end to the public comment. Yeah, if you can come and.
When you're done.
Good evening. I'm going to pull my minutes with my beautiful wife, Amy. That's all right. So I always plan something to talk, and then I end up listening to people talk, and things change because some things I just can't let go. That's just my nature. So I was going to talk, Marco talked earlier about having over 20 businesses, talk about not closing Main Street, right? And we have a list here, and I'll hand it out if you like it. But we have restaurants like Bob's Diner and Pika's that are against the closure, right? Because nothing's been showed to them how it's going to increase their revenue, right? And it's evident just based off of staff's presentation that studies have not been done. Economic studies have not been done to prove that it's going to increase revenue downtown. Traffic studies have not been done to show how it's going to affect the surrounding neighborhoods. And it's not just Lafarge. People just talk about Lafarge and Front. Old Town goes all the way up to Johnson Street. That's where it ended, right? So Old Town's all that. So there hasn't been those studies. You talked about parking issues and stuff with staff earlier, and they had no answers for that. So it's very evident that studies have not been done, right? And we're kind of treating like Main Street that we just have a pothole in the street. And our city operations crew is just going to close that area, and they're going to come fix that pothole. And we don't need to notify residents. We don't need to have their opinion just to get that pothole fixed. Well, this isn't just a small little pothole we're doing, right? You're talking about taking away the character of our town. And our town does have character, right? I've been in the EVC and the LRC committee meetings, and they talk about how Lafayette's kicking our butt. Every time, Lafayette's kicking our butt, right? Well, Lafayette doesn't have character. Broomfield doesn't have character. Main Street is our character, right? I'm born and raised in this town. My son's 5th generation. My wife's born in this town. Her grandpa's right there on that wall, Johnny Washchuk, mayor from 74 to 1980, right? And Johnny Washchuk didn't like the Dvorskys, right? And I always thought it was because my dad sat on council at the same time Johnny Washchuk was the mayor, right? And I always thought that, well, they must have had a riff because you guys know when I come up and talk, I'm just so eloquent in the way I talk and so pleasant all the time. So I just figured that's how my dad was with Johnny. He just didn't like him. Well, it came to be that Johnny worked with my grandpa in the coal mines, right? And they spent all day. My grandpa left school when he was 12 to work the coal mines. And for the last 10 years, he was chief coal mine inspector of Colorado. And his name's out there right in front of the library, that mine punching tool, right? So it came to be that he didn't like my grandpa because my grandpa would work real hard and load extra carts full of coal. And Johnny kind of thought my grandpa was trying to make them all look bad, right? So, but even though they didn't like each other that much, they still worked together because my grandpa sat on council as well and the fire chief, but they all worked together to bring this community and build it to where it was, right? Main Street is our character. They didn't close it. The DBA on their own website says downtown is just like it was in 1878 with better restaurants. But yet they want to close Main Street and their website. They don't even believe it on their website. On their petition that they did online, and I'll read it to you because I got it right here. It even says on their petition, we're not asking for a permanent closure, but rather a temporary one, just for 2024 and just for the summer months. Well, summer starts June 21st to typically September 22nd or so, right? So they're asking from April to November, but their own DBA can't even get their story correct, and this one's asking for just the summer months. So yeah, your petition would be changed when the questions are totally different in your survey, right? So the DBA also came up and talked about how this has been going on much longer and residents just weren't involved. They should have been involved. Well, if this has been going on since June last year, why hasn't the DBA provided more studies since they had more time to show that this is going to increase revenue for downtown, right? Why haven't they done a traffic study, right? The DBA also came up and said they want the residents to come down and enjoy all their shops and all their DBA members and all that. But yet they didn't involve any of the residents in their discussion to close Main Street, right? The DBA does not own Main Street. The businesses downtown do not own Main Street. The tax-paying citizens of Louisville own Main Street. There's plenty we can do with Main Street. The patios are wonderful. The flowers are wonderful. Let's put lights up like the mayor talked about, like Larimer Street does, make it nice, right? If you ever came down to Main Street at 5 in the morning when all the Christmas lights are out, it was one of the most beautiful places to look straight down that narrow corridor and be able to drive down that. There's plenty of things we can do, okay? There's plenty of things we do. We continue to have DBA leadership, and we continue to have chamber leadership come up and say we're spreading misinformation. They did it again tonight, right? We've asked for studies which haven't been completed, right? We've asked for data to be provided which hasn't been completed. That's not misinformation. And just because we show you studies on pedestrian malls and you don't think by closing Main Street, it doesn't make it a pedestrian malls because that's not what we're calling it. It's still a pedestrian mall, right? Pearl Street has streets closed and streets going different directions still past it, still pedestrian malls. So by them continuing to say we're spreading misinformation and not communicate with the residents is no way to work within the community. So please vote no on this. There's no data to support the decision moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks.
I got the card, Meredith. Randy Crancy. I'm a business owner in downtown Louisville. I'm a sixth-generation Louisville guy, and our business is south. It's not directly downtown. The DBA didn't recognize us as that as well. Kind of get left off with that. I think that if we turned Main Street one way and Front Street one way, and you did it from Elm to South on Main Street going north, and from South to Elm, South Street to Elm going south, that one's a big one because that will help slow down the traffic coming off of Murphy's Hill. I guess most people call it County Bridge or something, but it's really Murphy's Hill to the Louisville old timers. Ask any one of them here. They race from that hill all the way to Pine Street. Somebody's going to get killed crossing because everybody crosses the street right in the middle of the street there at Sweet Cow and Lucky Pie. And I say Elm, and yes, I am being a little bit self-serving because my business is right there. It's a viable business. It's also an acre and a half of downtown property that's not properly developed, and I know that. But I keep getting pushback on certain things as we propose certain items. I want to say something. In the early 80s, I was one of the founders of the DBA. Don't anybody shoot the messenger here. It was called the Downtown Businessmen's Association. We formed it. Hey, it was 1980, Mayor. Give it a break. We took that on because Walmart was coming in, Sears Corporation, to build a mall. They wanted to give us $200,000, and $200,000 was going to help replace the sewer line and the water line in Main Street and repave Main Street. We did that so that the city wouldn't take that money into their coffers and spend it foolishly. We got that done. Then we chartered that, we moved that after about 3 years into, which is now the Chamber of Commerce, not the DBA as known today. That's some history. I have history. There's a lot of us that know a lot of things that are, Main Street used to be called First Street. Front Street was the main business district for years and years, according to my mom. I believe her. She's passed now, God rest her soul, but I do believe her. I think you should consider a different route than just closing Main Street. Thank you.
Thanks.
I have Robert Zoss online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, yeah, so I'm a Louisville resident, and I'd like to speak my support for the temporary road closure. You know, there's a lot of towns that have drivable downtowns, and Louisville is a very bikeable town with wonderful open space. And I feel the character of downtown, having that temporary closure down there, kind of helps, I don't know, go with that theme. I see Louisville as somewhat a destination town for older bicyclists and even families coming over here for street fair. And I think that just kind of leans into it and makes us a little special. And I really enjoy it personally as well. Yeah, and I see the rest of my time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next is Christina Metcalf.
Hi, thank you so much. I wanted to just briefly voice my support for the temporary closure. And a big part of the reason that I support that is being a parent of a 2 and a 4-year-old is so nice to have that space where we can go down.
Sorry, you might need to start over. Christina, can you start over?
Sure. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to briefly voice my support, and this is really coming from being the parent of a 4 and 2-year-old, and just the degree of enjoyment and community that we enjoy and have enjoyed when Main Street has been closed. A lot of people have voiced concerns about buses, cars driving too fast and having children about, and that's really a major concern of mine. And it is really nice to be able to go and enjoy our community and not have to worry about that when Main Street is closed. So that's one thing I wanted to offer. And the other thing I wanted to offer is I've heard so many people share their opinions and be willing to compromise. And I think that's just such a lovely attitude that people are bringing to the table. And that's something that I think really ought to be emphasized and praised, that people are willing to hear each other out, come together, be creative about solutions. And I think that's a really wonderful aspect of where we live. And just want to thank everyone who's spoken to that tonight. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next is Mike.
Mike.
Hello? Meredith?
Yep, you're good.
Meredith? Hello?
Mike, you can start.
Okay. Hi, Mike Dvorsky, 601 Pine Street, Ward 1. I've been listening to this through the EVC meeting, and LRC, I checked in the recording on that. I've heard the testimony, and really when you shake the sieve, what it comes down to is the concerns of the neighbor. Number one, they weren't included. And that's why it's fevered and hot. So please take that into account when you're hearing the testimony that you are. Number two, buses. Buses are a main concern. I live with them on Pine Street myself. I signed up, I bought this place, there was a bus in place. But as Judy Kern looked into, it is doable to get that bus rerouted. It just takes time. We did that with my neighbors and I. We took it on, we went down to RTD, and we got that bus route changed to be in a much more functional and higher service level than what we had previously without the increase of number of buses that were proposed. That was 20 years ago, but it still holds true today. The delivery trucks, Cisco trucks, the distributor trucks, they're big. They range anywhere from 28-foot trailers to 48-foot trailers. And I've seen them at 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning when I go to work. They need a way to get to those restaurants and be able to service them. And we need to be able to look into that and make sure they're accommodated for. Then, of course, the third piece is the parking. Permit parking, I think, is the solution for these residents to know that their parking will be secured. We live with this street fair, each and every one of us in Old Town. What is it, 8 days out of the year? I can tolerate that. But every day of the year, or even every day of the summer, I just don't think that's fair to put that undue burden on the residents. Me as a businessman, I would never want for my neighbor, especially my residential neighbor, to bear the hardship for my profit. And I think that's the way that our business people would fairly look at it downtown, at least the ones that I do business with. So please, in light of that, let's wait until we can get the bus route changed before we enact this. I really believe if it is truly the right thing to do, it gives us time to study it and let it be pivotal on the bus, parking, and routing those trucks so that they're not in our neighborhood. Thank you. Bye now.
Thanks, Mike. Going once. All right. I think
I do have another one online.
somebody jumped on. Yeah.
Yes. Tamar?
Yeah, this is Tamar Krantz. I live in Ward 3. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I was just, I just wanted to comment on the process because I attended the city council meetings when you were discussing your work plan, and I didn't remember this being on the work plan. So I just went on just now online to look at the city council work plan, and I see that this is listed as a medium priority with 3 council meetings. I wonder when city council changed the work plan, and if it's really fair to add new agenda items, because there's a lot of important things coming up, and I don't really think it's a fair process to add this as a new agenda item after the consultants came and there was a long discussion on what should be on the work plan. I hope I'm correct in what I'm saying. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Tamara. Interrupt you, Tamara, if you're still there. You still have time. Oh, okay. I think we've got, thank you very much to everybody. Wow, that was quite brisk discussion or comments for the last couple of hours. And I want to say I appreciate the tone of the comments and how respectful you all were of one another, because this is a very difficult issue, and I think you'll probably hear that from my fellow council members. I also want to thank staff for the great work they did on this, because that work was very challenging. And I'm not going to thank council yet because we haven't had our discussion. What I wanted to try to do, there were a number of things that came up in the discussion tonight, in concerns, pro and con, but I wanted to try to frame this a little bit because I hope that this will be helpful. And I'm going to frame it by saying what's not at issue, and then a little bit about what I think is at issue, and people can take issue with me for that. But what I think is not at issue is the sincerity of people on both sides of this. And even one who was literally on both sides, I think she acknowledged that herself. People are sincere in their desire to want the businesses here to thrive. I think people aren't interested in imposing burdens just for the sake of imposing burdens on residents. I know that that's not a sentiment that's probably agreed upon by everybody, but I feel that way. I don't think there's any bad faith at issue, notwithstanding some of the comments. I think people are trying to do what's right, and they're speaking their minds and what's in their heart, and I very much appreciate that. This is not a monolithic community. And I learned this the first time I ran, and I've continued to find it to be the case. I mean, some people in the neighborhood immediately surrounding us are against. I mean, there's plenty of people who are against. There's plenty of people who are in support. There are some businesses that are in support, and there are some that are against. It's interesting that we've got the battle of the petitions, and just I'm sure it's sort of. To me, I think it's just coincidence, but they both have about the same number on them. Certainly not a big enough difference to probably rule the day, but it's certainly enough to say that there are feelings pretty strong running each way. The fact, one thing that's not at issue is that the downtown is blighted and continues to be blighted. That's why we have an LRC, and that's a separate issue, but I think I think everybody recognizes, I don't think I've heard anybody get up and say, gee, there's no problem on Main Street with business. I think people recognize and acknowledge that. So I don't think that's at issue. Another thing that's not at issue is that council is going to neglect other areas of the city. That's a matter of time, and we're getting ready for a comp plan where there will be a lot more discussion around that. And while I do understand the concerns about, gee, it seems like we're always talking about downtown, I think in the end things will balance out. But I don't know that that really helps us very far. What's not at issue is that there's some underpinning of all this with COVID. It's not the same situation. This is a new situation. We're not particularly concerned right now about occupancy limits, which were the underpinning of doing it before. And at the same time, we can't deny that there was some benefits, pretty substantial benefits to downtown during that time. It's not the same thing, but there was benefits to both, to the businesses from doing that. I think it's absolutely undisputed that there are big impacts on the people who live in the neighborhoods. Parking, noise, traffic, maybe safety as well. I think those were good comments that I appreciated. Frankly, I don't know whether it's very, at least from my standpoint, arguing against impacts to the neighborhood, probably not terribly fruitful. But I'm going to leave that to fellow council members. I think there's ways of discussing that that may deal with that, but the fact is that the impacts are real and they've been gone through by the people who are, some of whom are here tonight. And so I don't think that's terribly, I don't think attacking that is very useful. I also, one of the things that has bothered me about this whole thing is that there have been some who have pitted neighborhood against business, or neighborhood against the rest of town. And I think we ought to stay away from that too, because this is not a question of 20,000 versus a few. That's not the way we're going to decide this anyway. That's not appropriate in a small town. You don't do that. I think there are other considerations that may weigh one way or another, but just simply saying that there are a bunch of people who aren't as deeply and immediately affected all want this, which I don't think is actually correct. And there's a bunch of, people who are preventing that, which I also don't quite believe, is the way of thinking about this problem. And I think you're going to see that probably here. What I think is at issue is we've got issues downtown, and we've got 100% chance that there will be some impact on the residents who live in the area. And there's also 100% chance if we don't vote for this, that there won't be any data to go on for the future except what we've already done. So that's, I'm looking forward to the discussion, but I think it is useful, I hope it's been useful to just sort of clear away some of at least what I think are issues that aren't really on the table so much, and focus on the ones that are. So I'm going to stop, and I'm going to ask council members, either if you've got questions for staff, by all means, further questions, that's fine. If you have comments about what you've heard tonight, that's what we really need to get to. So, yes, Councilmember Hefner.
Just as an initial matter, and I don't know if our fire chief is still here. Oh, there he is. I think there was a question for you, and I'm not going to try and get the details right, but maybe somebody else wrote that down, or you remember what it was?
Yeah. The question was, turning radiuses on the main street, and we'll be working with the Public Works Director and his crew. We've done that in 2021, I believe. We had a fire truck out there, and we were setting up the bollards basically where we could still make turns going from east-west to Main Street.
Outstanding, thank you. And then I think there was also a question on our work plan, and I wonder, City Manager Durbin, if you happen to recall sort of the sequencing of how that happened.
I can actually address that.
By all means.
Yeah. The way the work plan was developed, we started the discussions of the work plan to coincide with or to predate the budget changes for the odd year in the two-year budget. And at that time, under the previous mayor, it was, I think it was actually a low priority in that. What we did after the election, where we had, we had pretty much the whole council, at least sometime in the fall, join us. And I think Mr. Bierman was not one of them because he wasn't on board yet. But we revisited the work plan, and this was one of them that was changed during that time. So that's the explanation for it. I mean, if the city manager wants to add to it, but that's my recollection. Does that help?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we hit those out of the gate before we all forgot.
Yeah, no, that's, I was going to mention that earlier, but I figured we'd get to it at some point if we needed to. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Councilmember
There was actually
Kerr.
one other question for the fire department. Sorry to make you stand up again, I apologize. I tried to catch Dietrich before he moved on. I think the resident was asking, the concern was it going to take longer if you do not come down Main Street to get to Pine or to the others directly from the fire department?
Sure. So I was thinking about that too. So if I was responding for our main street basically, and the fire was maybe say Roosevelt, I'd probably go out to 42, go down 42, take Pine and go that route instead of going down Main Street, especially during certain times of the day or events. I mean, like if I have street fair going on, I'm not going down Main Street. It's just too dangerous. I've got the farmer's market. I'm just not coming down Main Street. So it won't add that much more time. Luckily we have lights and siren, and most people pull over and allow us to go by very quickly. So we have different routes to go. So
As a point of clarification, since you brought up these during the street fair and
Sure.
the farmer's market, you would not take Main because it's so busy, I'm assuming, on Main. Would that be the case whether it's closed or not closed?
yes.
Okay.
So, and then another, probably just something to add on. When we did have Main Street closed in 2021, I made sure that I had clearance down the farmer's market. So I worked with them to have room to take a fire truck down during Saturday mornings during the farmer's market too.
If I may, to expand on that. So when the farmer's market is going on, which does close a couple of blocks, and street fair, you do have emergency access with including your ladder truck. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what we're sort of talking about and looking about for Main Street, is you to have that access. Am I correct in understanding that they do have movable structures that go all the way to the middle of the street during those events, or?
No, not the last
Not
time
up
I
front?
went down to farmer's market, there was nothing in the middle. So people could walk down and back and forth, but that was in 2021. I haven't really walked it in 2023, so I couldn't tell you if they moved things back into the middle of the street during the farmer's market. Street fair, there's always a path down, so we could get an ambulance or someone down if we had to.
So not the 20 feet that we would need for a ladder truck to
No,
safely
because
put
it's
them in?
usually kind of temporary, so
Okay.
it's only there for a few hours. So farmer's market goes from around 8 o'clock to 2-ish. Street fair goes to about from 5 p.m. to about 10-ish. So, and the breakdown is usually done really quickly. So I can live with that for the time being.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
By the way, I am remiss because we didn't have our check-in discussion. And I think it's worthwhile to just take a moment to look at the agenda for tonight and recognize that we're probably not going to get it all done. And I guess I wanted to get some quick input on that because there may be some people, for example, who are here for the Marshall Fire update. And frankly, I don't think we'd be doing a service to anybody by having that discussion start after our discussion on this. But I'd like to, I have a suggestion and like to hear what you all have to say about that. I think I'd like to bump the Marshall Fire recovery discussion probably to a different meeting. I think probably the renaming, that is the D on our list, renaming of the Arts and Cultural Advisory Board we could do, and we've got a first reading on 2 other ordinances, which is just setting public hearings. So I think if
Mayor, we also do have the utility rate setting, and I
Yes,
believe,
that was the
that
other
is
one.
time sensitive, but Director Coar would have to.
Yeah,
answer
and I
that.
guess that's going to take a bit of the chunk of time too, is it not?
I'll move as fast as I can, and if there's a few questions, maybe half an hour.
why don't we, because I don't want to rush this. This is important. Why don't we take comments from council members about how much you're wanting to do. I don't have any desire to really keep you indefinitely. I think getting some of these things, yeah, all right. Well, we got to establish limits somewhere. I don't want to keep you here overnight. But I would like some input on the two. I mean, I think we can get through after we get done here with a couple of set, there's a couple of them that are not particularly controversial. But I think the wastewater and the community resilience, Marshall Fire recovery, I just don't. I definitely feel like that one shouldn't wait, and frankly, or should wait, and the wastewater treatment probably should as well. What do you think?
The utility rates have to go into effect May 1st, so that is time sensitive.
Does that going to have to be renoticed?
No, it's a resolution.
So.
But Public Works needs time to implement the utility rates, so.
Yeah, and that goes out in an April newsletter to the community with utility bills. So maybe Director Coer can do it faster than 30 minutes? Depending on questions?
Well, yeah.
What do you want to do it in?
Well, I guess the other question is next meeting possibility.
The next meeting, the fire item would be fine to add to the next meeting.
Yeah. And the rate issue?
There's just not enough time for them to advertise the new rates before May 1st.
Right. So rates go into effect traditionally May 1st before irrigation season starts, and the month before we put a bill out that explains to residents what the rate increases are. So we like to have that month before. If we extend to another meeting, then the domino effect is communications will go out later.
Yeah. No, I understand the problem. I mean, another possibility is just to do a special meeting in the middle of the week.
I will note that next week is spring break and a number of staff will be out.
You're not helping me, Meredith. You're really not helping me here. I
think what I'm trying to say is you might want to do utility rates this evening.
You what?
You might want to do utility rates this evening.
Please.
All right. Let's, I don't know that we have a lot of choices here that are very
Maybe
good.
we can see where we are when we finish this discussion. And
That's probably a good idea.
But I think if we're gonna cover any other items, let's have it be utility rates. We can do the Arts and Culture Advisory Board second reading another time.
The setting of
The other
hearings.
items can all be postponed.
Pardon me?
They can all be postponed.
Okay. All right. Let's go forward. Sorry for the little intermission there. Nice little interlude. All right. Other questions?
I don't know if you want to clarify for the staff who are waiting for the fire item if they need to stay or not.
I think we can you can be dismissed if the city manager allows you to be dismissed. We're not going to cover that tonight. Thank you for staying as long as you have. Hope it's been educational. I know it has. Thanks, Kiana. And if anybody else is on either Zoom or here for the Marshall Fire discussion, know that we'll deal with that, but we will not deal with it tonight. Thanks. All right, let's get back to it. Any questions or thoughts?
Less questions, more thoughts. Really want to have a discussion around the RTD situation, right? It just feels like RTD is holding us hostage. I'm hearing, can't do it this year, unions, all this stuff, but we can figure something out because again, to ask the Lafarge residents to bear the brunt for a third year, 400 buses is a big number per week, right? So that seems to be the one that is hitting home. Also, the parking, we already know it's an issue. No one can argue that. I think we need to discuss that as well. But I want to start with the RTD piece because, again, that's that to me is the biggest, biggest impact to those residents. And I certainly empathize. So
That's fair. Why don't we talk about that a little bit? Those numbers are they are pretty substantial, there's no question. And that's, I mean, of all the, well, I don't want to pick negative integers, right? There's a lot of impacts that are negative on the folks, but that's a lot of buses. And it's a lot of noise. One thing that I had heard, and I don't know that this solves the problem, it doesn't, it just redistributes the pain a little bit, but I had heard from somebody in town who's done events that there have been times when traffic has been rerouted down Jefferson. This was kind of news to me, and I was very surprised that, you know, RTD doesn't, they've been absolutely inflexible every time we've come to them. And I just thought that was kind of interesting. Now, that was a one-time, one-day deal, but they didn't seem to have any problem with another street. It does not solve the problem. Like I said, it just means that maybe the Lafarge residents can breathe a little easier, but it isn't going to be very much fun for the Jefferson residents, even if it does mean a move. But I don't know, what the other people, what's your thinking about RTD?
I think 6 months is a big ask, personally. I think that, I see that, hearing about the liquor license issue for the restaurants, I did not know about that before tonight. To move from like having a patio and dining space to being able to like flow into the street. $300, not a ton of money. Maybe the closure itself makes it worthwhile for them to spend the $300 to change their license, just more the hassle and the aggravation of, I think, doing that if we're going from partial to not halfway through for only a couple months. But honestly, I think 6 months is just too long to ask people to have the buses go down their street. That's my personal opinion. I think if we want to have an alternate conversation about, like, initially just saying we're willing to see what the businesses can do with maybe the summer months, and let's define that as when LMS is closed, so that we don't have the issue with the kids commuting to and from LMS on Lafarge and RTD traffic presenting a safety risk for our kids. I think that let's just eliminate the times when school's in session to start out with. And, you know.
Let me push a little bit on the framing that I did before. I think the first question we need to decide is whether we think that a closure for any period is worthwhile. And then I think if the answer to that is no, then the answer to that is no. If the answer is yes or maybe, then we could focus on the issues around how long, what blocks, and any other sort of mitigation issues. But I think we probably owe it to ourselves to ask that question, whether it should, rather than taking those other issues, which are important, we should decide whether we really want to do this or not. Yeah, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. So I acknowledge, like I think everyone in this room here tonight, that we have work to do as it relates to revitalizing Main Street. We all want to see our local businesses thrive. However, I'm not convinced that the current proposal is the right answer right now. If we were having this conversation to talk about what needs to be done to revisit this in 2025, that would be different. But to me, and what I'm hearing from the residents who are giving feedback And even looking through some of the letters and evidence submitted by some businesses in town as well, what I'm seeing and interpreting this as is that the timeline that we're working with has not allowed for what I think is adequate stakeholder engagement and also clear sightline of how this is going to be executed. You know, there's some solutions with parking and wayfinding signs that have been proposed, but I can't get over having buses go down these residential streets with our kids for any amount of time right now without having clear data to show me that it's going to be beneficial for the businesses to consider that. And I haven't seen evidence to show me that the extra 3.5 feet is going to be worth closing all of Main Street. I think there could be other solutions to investigate that could be just as impactful for our businesses on Main Street that doesn't have such a large impact on the residents, and we just haven't investigated those for whatever reason. So I'm just having a really hard, I'm not against closing Main Street or having that conversation. I just don't know that 2024 is the year to do it with all the questions that are still unanswered.
So,
Just,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Council Member Drafter.
Yeah, and I don't want to cut you off. So I think one of the things I heard more than a few times was sort of calls for both compromise and also calls for more data. And I think to the mayor's point during his sort of framing of this discussion, it will be hard to get more data than we have today without trying it for some period of time. And I think the question of do we want to try it for some period of time, to me at least, the answer is yes, because that's how we sort of gather the experience, give the DBA the chance to step up, which I think is sort of implicit. If we were to say yes to this, I think there'd be an expectation in a lot of ways that the folks who are most directly benefiting really come forward with the activation that's been promised and come forward to help with the data collection and to help with the outreach and to do some of the stakeholdering that frankly could have and probably should have been done better between June of last year and now. You know, I think in a perfect world that would have gone differently. We don't often get the benefit of a perfect world, and we have to do our sort of best at the margin. And I think right now we have a lot of data that the status quo isn't working. We have a lot of indicators that what we're doing right now isn't generating a thriving downtown. And so I'm a little hesitant to sort of have the status quo bias and say, well, absent compelling data that really we have no way of collecting, we're gonna basically stick with the status quo. I do think there are other good ideas suggested that we should add to our list, like better signage. That's a terrific idea, and one we should consider, but I don't know that that necessarily calls for excluding this idea. I do think, back to my original point, we're not ready certainly to decide anything beyond 2024, and I think even for 2024, 6 months would be just far too long. The summer dates that come to mind for me, and you know, not set in stone, would be Memorial Day to Labor Day, sort of, you know, much shorter. The traditional, what I think of the traditional summer months when the pools are open. And that would give us a really good basis to get some more information about how this works. You know, I think the other expectation I'd have is that we all agree, and maybe we won't, but if we were to do this, we all agree that we give clear direction to staff that this has to be a priority during that time and immediately after that time to really hone in on the issues and think creatively, apply pressure on RTD, starting, as soon as humanly possible, consider creative options, and do some of the stuff that, with the benefit of hindsight, should have been done between June of last year and now. So that's sort of where I stand. I mean, I think we would be biting off a big chunk if we decided to do this. I also think it's a thing worth trying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for supporting the businesses, right? It feels, although there's arguments against, feels rushed, right? The activation plan came to us a couple days ago, right? If this was so important to the businesses, they should have had a really well thought out plan from June, December, whatever. So I'm late to the game being recently appointed, but it just feels, and it also feels a little bit reactionary. But that said, I do want to support them, right? They're the lifeblood of our downtown, but it has serious impacts for residents, and that's something I cannot ignore. So, we all sort of agree, I've heard a lot of agreement on the patio program. Is there a way to keep the patio program longer period of time, but with enhancements, right? Really blow it out to help the businesses. Signage, lighting, some activation, music, all this sort of things where it's compromise. I feel like the patio programs have been successful. Now, the feedback I've heard is that, we don't like when buses come by when I'm eating my cheeseburger, right? So that's a negative, right? But then you're saying, well, just put it onto Lafarge, right? So if you agree that the buses are a negative, to ask the neighbors to then take 399 bus rides down their street, it's a lot to ask. And I've talked to residents that are outside our sort of old town or even extended downtown, and a lot of them are saying, this would be great, love it, I'd go downtown more, blah, blah, blah. Let me pose a hypothetical. If 400 buses went down your front stoop every week, would you be for it? And they're like, well, 6 months sounds long, 3 months sounds better, right? So again, even people that are outside the zone of impact, when presented with that, are feeling for our neighbors. So again, this is a difficult situation we're in. So I really want to push back on the RTD, right? And somebody said, hey, this is going to be new guy asking a silly question of the council. Can we put an ordinance prohibiting bus traffic down Lafarge? You chuckle, right?
Right?
I mean, I'm just, what? We're talking about ideas, right? There's no bad ideas, okay? Or force it, again, because I hear, well, there are unions.
Are you seriously asking? Because we
I'm
do
just-
actually have our
all right,
council.
I'm seriously going to ask that. I'm asking it.
I mean, I think it's possible, but I mean, I don't know what kind of implications that would have on RTD service to the city, so.
I'm just asking the question, right? So they've told us, RTD says it's got to be Lafarge. I have a hard time believing it can't be Jefferson or some other street, or, again, we're hearing lots of excuses from RTD. Can we push back? And again, may not be possible, but again, we've got to think of solutions, but to ask our neighbors on Lafarge to bear the brunt of another bus route for a third year, personally to me, is unfair.
I think what I would say about the RTD piece is that I think we have to assume, I think we owe it to the people here, we owe it to the city, we owe it to people on both sides of this to make a decision tonight, one way or another. Because staff has to do some things, people have to plan, whether their cheeseburgers are gonna get, it is a serious thing to actually require people to endure the pain of 400 buses. I represented, Ward 1 for both of those years that we did it, and it was painful. People were extraordinarily graceful in my view, a little less graceful the second year. I think people got a little more tired of this and wondered, gee, is this going to continue? How long is it? But I think there is no question that ox, their oxes were getting gored by that. But I don't think it's fair to make an assumption, to your point, that we're going to be able to do much with RTD. I would hope if we ever did something like this that we would be able to convince them. But so far, we have tried 3 years in a row to have discussions with them, and we've gotten exactly the same feedback each year. And so I think we have to just make that assumption on this proposal. Yeah, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. I want to go back to Councilmember Hefner's compromise he's suggesting with, a summertime closure in order to beta test this in a way to get some data. And, I'm a fan of beta testing. I do it quite a bit in my day job, but even when you beta test, I feel like you have a plan in what data points you're going to collect and what stakeholders you're going to talk to in order to get buy-in to implement it. And I still I don't know, I'm still not convinced that 2024 is the year to even beta test it, because I'm concerned that the data that comes out of the beta test isn't going to be helpful in the decision-making process because it's still rushed. Convince me otherwise. But to me, beta testing still needs to be planned out in order to help with the decision-making process.
I don't want to speak for anyone on staff who'd have to do this work, but there's 2 months between now and when at least the sort of logical time for me would be to start to work hard on that plan. And I want to be clear what I'm saying, which is I think if we do this, we may need to make this a priority and speak with one voice to staff and say figuring this out is a priority, and maybe there are other priorities, and we have many priorities that will get pushed down the list a little bit to later on in the year so that the right folks can focus on this. And I can't tell if the city manager is nodding at me or shaking his head.
Yes, sir, I'm nodding at you.
Right, like we would have to, much as the decision to do this would involve trade-offs and compromises, we would have trade-off and compromise as to how we want the city's staff to spend their time. And I wouldn't suggest that we should do it if we're not willing to make that choice and put some meaningful amount of resources behind a plan, not only to collect the data and do the outreach and talk to people, but also that the group of us take up the issue of 2025 as early as possible in the late summer, early fall of this year, and have the sort of robust discussion that we really need to have, devote a few meetings to it, hear from more experts. I mean, there is a way to do this if we care about it.
Okay. That was a little helpful. I mean, I do care about it. I just want to be very clear about that. I just, a lot of what we're talking about is like city resources, staff, city putting in money. And I know there's been some verbal commitments out there, a few numbers thrown around, but I'm also kind of struggling with like us devoting so many resources to this and it possibly impacting our work plan and other things that we had as higher priorities. That's another thing I'm struggling with now.
Just to add a little bit of flavor to this, I'm just looking, I'm looking a bit at our advance agenda, and it's RMMA update, community decarb, energy code, EV charging. There's a variety of changes to the quasi-judicial process for a couple of our boards. We've got revisiting the work plan. There are striping changes, ADUs. That's just barely touching June. And we've got, I can't even imagine how many hours we're spending on comp plan, but it's a lot. there's a lot of public engagement. This has been a lot of public engagement. I know that there's quarrels with that, but if we're talking about more public engagement on this, there will be things that suffer. And so, we're going to, and we will get to that eventually. We're finding that already because we're not getting to things that we want to be getting to. Marshall Fire is really important. It's been put on the back burner in a lot of ways. I'm sorry we're not going to be able to get to that tonight, but this is really important to have dealt with. I'm glad we have had this discussion so far, but I think you're raising a really good point, Councilmember Hefner, that, okay, if we do this, the point is to do it well, right? Even to get good, decent data. I mean, you can't slop through it. And the idea of having, and it gives me some pause about how we're going to push staff to do all of these things and then say, oh, this suddenly not as just a medium priority, but shoots to the top of the list. That's a concern. I think that's a legitimate concern. Yeah. Councilmember. I saw you out of the corner of my eye, did I not?
No, that's okay. I've been wanting to comment. God, that's really loud for some reason. I actually appreciate the comment on having some kind of way to analyze the benefit of a Main Street closure. And there is no way to analyze the benefit to Louisville. I mean, we can see the data, and I greatly appreciate having that presented to us, that other communities have the experiences that they've had, successes and failures. And we are in a slightly unique scenario, just because we're not going to really create a walking mall. It's not a year-round thing. It's a what I would like to see, again, is just a few months max, 2 to 3 months max, and see if we can invigorate the businesses, if we can help them to revitalize. If we're hearing from people that, you know what, I'm probably not going to come downtown all that often, except maybe for a street fair, versus I'm going to come down twice a week and I'm going to eat and I'm going to go into the stores. And if the store owners are saying, you know what, I'm not going to close at 5 o'clock. I mean, the entire point of a street closure isn't so that you can have business at 8 a.m., right? It's so that you can have people who are coming throughout the day and in the evenings and taking that time. So you have to be open to take advantage of it. I think that's one of the things that I see too. If the businesses are like, no, we just want to keep our regular 8 to 5, then I think we probably should put a lot more thought into this. I think if the businesses are asking for an opportunity to see how this really cool environment of having a walking area will benefit them, it's not just the restaurants. I think it is retail. And then we need to have reassurances as well that they're big. I mean, if we're asking these stakeholders to put a lot of inconvenience on themselves, much shorter time, but it's still a big inconvenience all summer, then I think the business owners can dedicate and make a commitment that when their hours say that they're open till 9, you don't walk by and they're closed at 8 or stop serving because they were slow, that they extend their hours a little bit later so that residents walking around can enjoy them. I think it has to be a group effort here. The residents are giving, the businesses are giving, and hopefully the big win is to everybody that we have this thriving thing. And then we see, even if it doesn't work, maybe we look at the numbers, that Director Bailey can get us some sales data at the end of, in July, and compare it to what was in the previous year. And if it's not good, close it. That might not be the best suggestion, but then again, we're talking about ordinances on buses.
Councilmember Fahey.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same page as Councilmember Kern. I think if it's done, it should not be for 7 months. It should be more like 3 months over the summer when the kids aren't driving their e-bikes up and down the street, or at least as much. Um, but really do a lot of research. I mean, we need to collect data on parking, on buses, on the handicap spaces, all these things that were mentioned as being issues. We need to really collect a lot of data to know whether or not we're going to do it in the future. But I would say, and then the other comment I had was that I like the idea of staff taking out the 900 block and making it only 7 and 8. I'm also would be advocating taking out the 600 block because there's only 2 restaurants and a tavern there. And like the lady from iWorks said, that really impacts the people in that 600 block that aren't serving. And Moxie and Verde both have, and even the brewery also, all have very large parking lots and patio areas off the street. And if they put the street patios in, that's more than enough space for them to be active for over the summer. So if we only close 700 and 800 and gather a lot of information, that I might go with that.
I think residents would rather you just close 600 so that the buses can stay on Main Street. Just as a side comment.
That's what
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
because then they.
Is that what you're thinking, the same thing?
I was gonna, that was gonna be one of my other crazy ideas, is
Yeah.
keep that 600 block, give iWorks another spot or people on business, because again, that doesn't impact the bus. The bus can continue to go down Main Street. I know they have some, just as a test case, but again, just an idea.
Bus can use, turn on Pine. And, the bus could turn on Pine to go whatever direction it wants to go.
But the current route is
Time out.
okay.
Time out. When you've got Main Street closed, the bus can't turn, right? I mean, that's a fairly important premise, because if there's a way to avoid going on Lafarge or any other street, it would have been proposed. I mean, you can't both close the street except for the middle lane and do the buses down the center, right?
Right, so I think that what they're saying is that the bus goes down Pine anyways, so you turn onto Main Street, but if the 600 block is the only block that's closed, it actually wouldn't interfere with the bus route.
So what I was,
That's the south side of Pine.
yeah, Moxie, what's
Verde.
Is it Verde? Not Picos, Verde.
Yes.
And Crystal Springs, activate that block. The bus turns left, do the patio program, on the remainder of Main Street as an idea. And I still want to address permit parking on Lafarge, because this is going to impact, patio or full closure impacts parking. So again, throwing out all the ideas.
What if the patio spaces weren't just in front of restaurants where like a patio is? What if that same 8 feet, right, is designated in front of every business? And so, Singing Cook can put something out there in front of their business into the streets for the same space that the patios go. Maybe they don't actually have the physical patio structure. Right, this is maybe it doesn't have the patios. You have to get the patio structure. We can't just. So they can't just have a designated, like, roped off area in the street to use instead?
I'm not sure staff would be comfortable with the changing all of the variables, at least I want to check in with.
I love the thought process and the ideas, and you're trying to do a lot of problem solving. I don't know, for example, if we would have enough patios. I don't think we would have enough patios to do all of that. I've got smart people saying no.
How many patios do we have that go on the 600 block currently? Are there four, like Moxie has one, Verde?
Maybe if I
Three?
could make a suggestion, rather than y'all trying to figure this out at 10 something from the dais, if you're gonna talk about pushing this back a little bit to more like, call it Memorial Day, give us a little bit more time. I just want to remind you that we started this conversation in January, and as was noted earlier, staff has a lot going on, and I appreciate those comments. We've got a lot going on, and I want to commend Rob, Vanessa, Jenny in particular for the work that they've done to try to problem solve this and bring this thing forward to you for consideration. But also, we've been clear from the beginning of January, we haven't had the capacity to try to solve every single problem, and that's kind of what the residents and businesses have been looking for. And in year one, that's a big ask. And doing it at 10 o'clock from the dais is an even bigger ask.
Yeah.
If you want to give us a little time, I think we could come back and try to answer these questions. But I'd really want to get some clear, more clarity in the kind of things you want us to try to address, because there's a lot there.
I
And
would
somebody
also-
had a hand up that maybe they wanted
This
to.
is this is our first opportunity because everything is done publicly. And I want everybody to understand the reason you're hearing this kind of conversation. We have not, as council members, had an opportunity to have any kind of a conversation together outside of this public environment. So all of you here, what would normally be like, back room kind of conversation, if you will, where we hear what you're saying. We're listening to the business owners as well. We want to help Louisville thrive, and we're having a conversation amongst ourselves to see, how do we do this? How do we ask our staff, which is very heavily burdened and tasked, doing an amazing job for this community. We'll just throw that out there. So it is 10 o'clock at night. We started this at 6, so we spent 4 hours. And I think we have listened, and I could not thank you enough for being here, and everybody online who's sticking in and commenting, because I'm probably one of the biggest proponents of community engagement, and we all talk with each other, listen to each other, problem solve together. And that's what we're trying to do. I realize it's 10. Maybe we want to put this to dedicate an hour in 2 weeks, or a special meeting to do it. I don't know. I know it seems intense. But again, this is the first time, and Councilmember Huffner has a good point in trying this and seeing how it works. And I understand your concerns as well, but we need to come up with something to try and help.
Great. Yeah, go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, I was just gonna say briefly, I agree with the city manager's point that if there are fine details of this that we want to work out, we probably need to save those for a different day. I think it is important that tonight we make a sort of an up or down decision on whether this is, we're planning to move forward with this, or whether we're planning not to move. I don't want to kick the can and save this important decision for another meeting where we won't really have a lot more than we have tonight in terms of information. So I guess that's the whole thing. I would like to make some sort of decision tonight. And I guess the other thing is we're deprived tonight of one of our Ward 1 council members, which isn't ideal, but I nevertheless think with the timing, it's we need to make a choice.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. I find it challenging to put more on staff's plate that has to be crunched in like the next few months. Now, if we said let's investigate these things for next year, and then it spreads the time out, we can work with the DBA to figure out what the data, I just am having a really hard time pressing our staff when we already have so much on the work plan. This is important to me. I want to make sure if we do this, we do it right, and we engage and we collect the data we need. But I'm not willing to put more on our staff when we have other things we need to get done and we can't even get through our agendas at every meeting. So for me, I'm not against the idea. I'd love to explore it. I don't know that I'm willing to put the pressure on the staff to explore it in the next few months.
Councilmember Beerman.
I think if we're sort of in somewhat of agreement, 7 months is too long, starting it at Memorial Day, that's you know, I think we should be able to do some work around, you know, if it's residential permit parking, if it's certain things like that. I don't think it's a lot to ask, but if if it has to happen tonight, I think there's a lot of unknowns. I don't think the parking wayfinding signs addresses my concerns enough, just having signs. We haven't talked about the residential parking. RTD seems to be a non-starter. I think I would, you know, to city managers, give them a little bit more time. You know, if this was on the work plan for 3 meetings at a low priority, and now it seems to be rising up. So again, if they had allocated 3 meetings, this is the first one. So that's my input.
I want to bring this back because I recognize that there's some desire to not say no, but we really need to say, whether we want to do this. We can discuss further if we want to what variables there are that we have to, and I realize those things are interlocked, but if Councilmember Hamilton, I think, just suggested a point of view that which is to say that no, it's not, there's no real good way to dress this up, and probably it's not worth doing this summer. That's what I heard you say, am I right? Not that you're against the idea forever, just not in the current package.
Yeah, I don't think I'm willing to rearrange some of the other priorities that we all agreed on in our work plan for this right now, but I don't want to completely forget about this.
No, I agree. I understand what you're saying. Councilmember.
I was going to suggest and maybe I'm misunderstanding the issue, but if the issue is sort of the time between now and when it would start and putting too much sort of crunch on staff during that time and all our other priorities, I mean, why not consider 3 months starting in July? Or 3 months starting in August, for that matter. You know, choose the latter half of the 6 months that was proposed, so that we buy ourselves a little bit of time, and we'll have a sort of a natural experiment of sorts where we have, you know, the first 3 months of what was proposed open to traffic, and the second 3 months closed. I mean, November weather can be a little, you know, October, November can be a little tricky weather-wise.
What are we going to cut out of our discussions? Because what that means, I mean, I'm not asking staff just yet, I could, but I mean, what that means is that for a chunk of the summer, they're gonna have to be working on that. I'm just really, personally, I'm just very uncomfortable with spending a lot more time on something that is, that's gonna displace other priorities that we have 8 big major priorities. And this is not one of them. And, you know, what we have been talking about, I think you know, my take on this is that we have talked a lot in the evening, and people have been very good about explaining what the impacts are. So I don't know that the impacts are particularly complicated or disputed. What we have really not heard is what all the benefits really are. I know there's activation, and I'm a big fan of activation, but you know, what I've heard primarily is activation of restaurants, and I love the restaurants. But if this is only something that we do that's for the restaurants, we've failed. This is, if we don't have a narrative that goes with this that's much bigger than that, I'm not sure we're doing our city any favors, honestly, for the kind of aggravation we're putting people through. So I hate it because I really wanted to be supportive of this. I'm worried that we are going to sink more time into things, and it's going to prevent us from accomplishing what we've already agreed to very painstakingly. is a pretty solid and maybe even, well, I think it's probably an ambitious work plan. So that's what I'm struggling with.
Yeah, but if I could, and I don't want to belabor it, but you know, one of our high priority items is economic vitality, and that includes working with LRC, which has recommended this change, right? We have a letter of recommendation from LRC in support of this change. It includes retention and expansion of existing businesses, which I think we've heard loud and clear from DBA and the chamber that this is a priority for them. It includes attraction of new businesses, and you know, I'm hopeful. I mean, I don't know that we'll know until we know, but I'm hopeful. So, I mean, I don't see it as a total departure from our high priority items. This specific item, I completely agree, we listed as moderate. But to me, it's consistent with what we're trying to do. And go ahead, I'd love to hear from Councilor Fahey.
No, thanks. I think there's.
Thank you, yes. I agree that this is something that we need to look into, we need to research, we need to get all the information. I think right now, it's too late to do it this year. And so I would propose just doing the patio program this year and looking from now until next January, February, into how we can do a closure properly so that it benefits all the businesses and the residents, and get all of the details with the buses and parking and everything figured out before we jump into it and do it. So I would say just do patios this year and research a closure for next year.
Yep, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I think, so I've actually liked this idea from day one. And I think my biggest reason for liking it is because the business owners, actually, they're the ones who came up with the idea. They're the ones who said, you know, when the street was closed, there was a lot more energy, there was a lot more commotion, and we had a lot more foot traffic. And so for those reasons, because I am, you know, I mean, here, I mean, I can't wait for us to get to the point where we start talking about revitalizing McCaslin, but, you know, one meeting at a time. But, so I've been in favor of that. And from the very first time this came before us, I have made comments. I do not like the fact that RTD will not work with the city of Louisville. It bothers me. They are our bus service, and they don't want to work with us and the residents. You know, I agree with Councilmember Bierman. I'm frustrated with their system. And I think maybe part of the process, part of the problem with it is there was no guarantee when you had the conversations with them that the main street was closing. Is that correct?
No, there was no guarantee. We just said if it closes, if there's a decision to close it, would you be willing to reroute, and what are the opportunities for rerouting?
Thank you. So if we are going to say, let's do it right, do it next year, then I suggest that in the next month or so, we make that decision so that our staff has the ability to work with RTD and say, we are closing Main Street for 3 months next summer. We must find a better route for the buses. So let's find a better route for the whole year. And if we do that now, before their new labor contracts go into effect, before they settle on them in October, right? Maybe then they'll be able to accommodate us for next year. And I'm frustrated that this has to be the outcome, because I really thought trying it this summer was going to be the best way to move forward with this. And it's disappointing, because I think we can resolve the parking thing. I like the idea of permit parking. I want the people on Lafarge to be able to park in front of their houses, not everybody else. If you're coming to a business, you know, then like a restaurant is, I think, the best business to give an example of. You can walk an extra half a block and, you know, come to the restaurant. I think that's not a big ask, and it's, you know, gives the residents a little bit of ease. But if RTD is is the second of the two big concerns with doing this, and they need to know we're gonna close it, then let's try and in the next month, make that decision so staff can move forward with it. The patio program doesn't help the retail stores, which is the reason I was all for closing this in the summer. And I'm concerned with that. I hate this massive conflict I feel, but, I mean, I think all of you are feeling the same concerns. And I appreciate actually you continuing to advocate for ways that this is a good solution to try it this summer, because I agree, I don't think that there's a way for us to really know what the impact's gonna be, positive, negative, where we need to improve it until we try it. I think let's put signs in, let's get the the wayfinding signs for parking in, no matter what we do, and then let's give staff direction for next year, so they can actually do real work with RTD.
Does somebody want to make a motion? 'Cause I mean, I'm generally, I'm still not clear of what the consensus is on up or down. I mean, I think there's.
I mean, I'll make my motion for the sake of clarity that we direct staff to come back to us with a a more developed plan for a three-month closure from Memorial Day to Labor Day on a preliminary and pilot basis to collect more data, conduct more outreach, hear from our stakeholders, such that we can make a reasoned decision based on additional data information for next summer, for the summer of 2025. That would be my motion.
Are you asking for a commitment too from the DBA and the chamber?
Yeah.
We need a second first.
Okay,
and then we can
sorry.
discuss it. There's a second?
I can second that.
Yeah, and I think it would include, as part of that, and I think we've heard it, right, at least from DBA, and I think they could do some more work, but it would include that commitment to activation and hearing how they are going to be active, and I really mean that, active partners with the city, right? We're giving up we'd be giving up a street, and we should get some benefit in return, and it's, it's got to be more than cornhole and chalk.
And can we get more than cornhole and chalk, though, with the concerns of the fire chief?
Well, I don't want to get into the details, but just some sort of, a commitment. And I think we've heard that they want to make that commitment, and I think you don't know I think you don't know till you see it. I mean, I think the proof is in what happens.
I still haven't seen enough mitigation around the parking piece.
Yeah.
Right, so that would be a condition if we're gonna have to go. I'd want to understand more. Wayfinding signs does not do enough for me.
Great, okay.
So,
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. So does your motion include closing it this year or? Okay, thank you.
Other comments?
And I suppose, under the terms of my motion, we'd have an out, right? If we get to mid-April or early May and we're still uncomfortable, we call it off. But I mean, I think we shouldn't postpone the decision. And if the decision tonight is no, I think we should make that decision for the benefit of everyone who's come to speak. I think people deserve an answer. There are certainly, I will be the first to say, there are certainly good reasons to say no. And I don't want to pretend like this is an unambiguously clear choice with it's a trade-off, and you have to weigh the trade-off, and I weigh it one way, and I think others of you weigh it a different way. I wish we had two Ward 1 council members sitting up here with us. No offense to you.
yeah,
Tim, but just, Ward 1 is that's the center of this decision.
Yeah, I've commented on that before too, that in Ward 2, there's, the residents of Ward 2 are going to reap all the benefit and have none of the cost. And they want the businesses to be successful. I said, I think that's the only cost. If we don't do this, do we risk something? Or do we say, let's change the motion to make it 2025? Businesses know for a fact we're going to do it. RTD knows for a fact we're going to do it. Maybe that in itself can incentivize them to spend the next year prepping for it.
Except that that's not what's on the table.
Okay.
What's on the table right now is 24. And there is a real cost. One of the real costs of not doing it is that it raises a question of how committed we are to business issues. And I think this is, it's something that we all care about. And you mentioned economic vitality, and that is important. I still, what I'm very concerned about is I think we have to think about what the cost is vis-a-vis other priorities we have. That's where I'm stuck is not. It's not saying it's a horrible thing. It's not saying it's the be-all and end-all. It's that we can spend more time on this, and we're not going to be spending time on other things that we have all agreed we care about a lot. I guess I would like to ask staff, to weigh in a little bit in terms of whether, I don't want to overstate the impact on staff either. And I'd be interested in what your thought is about the motion that is on the table right now.
Yeah, that's a tough question. I don't want to overstate an impact either. Our job is to implement council policy. So if this is a priority for council, we'll make it a priority for us. There are consequences to that. I would note that one thing that I'm hearing consistently from everyone in the room, as far as defining a problem, what's the problem that's trying to be solved tonight, is what to do about our downtown Main Street and our downtown business viability. Maybe there's some things at a staff level we can brainstorm that might be a little bit less impactful that we could pilot this year. I don't know. I want to get a team together to do that. But really, if this is a council priority, we'll make it a priority too. But I definitely would agree. You guys have a lot coming your way, and that's coming from staff work to get here. So there's always a balance, right?
Recognize I'm not asking you to suggest a policy decision. What I'm more interested in is what's going to slip.
Oh, that's a hard question too.
Well, and if it is, that's fine. And I don't mean to put it unfairly to you. I think the worry that I have about saying that we could pull the plug on it is that we'll do a bunch of staff work and then potentially still make the decision not to do it. That is a possibility. We also make a decision, wow, we can solve some of these problems, and we put some burden on just about everybody to sort of come and compromise or problem solve. But that potentially requires a fairly substantial amount of public process to get that done. I don't think these sorts of things necessarily are going to get done just with business and neighborhood meeting together. There's a lot of staff. There's a lot of that needs to be done by staff in conjunction with us, in conjunction with the other stakeholders. Yeah, Councilwoman Rainey.
I just want to clarify because you, I think made a way that potential optics here with regards to the business community. Something to the effect of, we don't support them or something like that. And I want to be very clear that I don't think the decision tonight should give that message of whether we do or don't support. We do support the business community. The question is this the right action to support them? So I just want to be clear, because ever since I joined council, I've felt this us versus them dynamic, and I do not want this decision tonight to overshadow whatever the outcome is. We support the businesses. Let's decide if this is the right choice or not. And again, I stand by my comments earlier. I'm having a really hard time getting on board with this for a few different reasons I won't go over again, but I haven't been convinced otherwise yet.
You make a really good point, that it's not, the point I was trying to make is that perception is perception. And I think that is a potential cost. We don't know what the perceptions are. It's not my perception that we're in supportive of business. It's something that I care deeply about, and I think the whole council does. But whether you know, we can only go back and forth and make, yeah, I'm not going to predict how people will take it. But I am concerned that bigger issues regarding the business community are going to get overshadowed if we, namely trying to get moving on comp plan and some of the other things. But maybe what we need to do, I'll take any other comments, and then I think we may need to take a vote unless there's some other idea.
If I could just say a couple more things, and I'll be quick, responsive to the conversation that just happened. One is, and I know not all of us were at that meeting, but when we did have sort of the visioning process for the work plan, economic vitality was far and away the greatest number of sticky notes on that board. It's something we all endorsed caring deeply about, and I think we all wanted to see progress on. We've now had Rob and his team, work on this and put substantial work into it and bring us a proposal that we can say yes to, or yes to with some modifications. And, we should recognize that we've already made the decision to spend staff time on this, right? We moved it up from a low priority to a medium priority and asked for a proposal. And that doesn't mean we have to say yes to it, but we should recognize that it's an item we asked for work on. It's an item that many of us considered important. And it's an item that we have an opportunity tonight to do something about and make some progress. And maybe it's not going to work. Maybe we're going to learn it's a bad experiment, and we'll join the 86% of failed pedestrian malls and learn our lesson and move on. But it's hard for me to say that after getting this far, we should sort of stop and restart again in a few months.
Do you think, because I agree, thank you, sorry. I keep forgetting it's not quite a conversation. I like the idea actually that there could be other ways to accomplish the energy, like the involvement, like getting more foot traffic for the businesses, other than just a closure. And I think, to your point, if we're going to ask staff to do some more, maybe that's what we ask for. I mean, this was the proposal, this came to us, we asked them to work on it, and now we're hearing and seeing all the missing pieces, right? Or where there might be some pitfalls. But what we all agree on is the businesses need some kind of help in getting more people to come to downtown and frequent them, right? To spend their money, whether that's residents or non-residents. Do we think, though, that doing this now is not the thing, but finding a middle ground, like more than the patios, because we've done it, they've tried it, the businesses are clearly saying we need more help than just the patio closures for the restaurants. So can staff come up with some other ideas to help us with that that mitigate the issue with the buses, so we don't have to worry about that. And we still have access on Main Street for residents that have disability issues or have access, need quicker and faster access to some of the services that aren't for just leisure purposes. Would that be worthwhile, do you think? I mean, I hear you and I agree that the number one issue here is economics, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worthwhile. I don't think it's worthwhile probably tonight for us to try and get into it. And I think, and I mean this in the most polite possible way, I think I have a motion pending and we might be well served to vote.
Do we have to vote on the motion? Can we change it?
We can do a substitute motion if that's what you're suggesting.
Or you can propose an amendment.
I propose a substitute motion, not just an amendment. I propose that we do an enhanced patio program, put the task on staff to tell us what that is, and then agree that once RTD, we know that they can not have to run the buses down a residential neighborhood, we move forward and try it for the next year. How do I? So that's what I'm proposing. Instead of doing it this year, because there's so many complexities to this, so many questions, but we need to help the businesses this summer, not just next. If we do more than the patios, get the staff to help us with the suggestions other than closing the Main Street. That's what I'm suggesting that we do.
I'll second that. Yep. Okay.
I like the direction we're heading. It still puts more work on staff to figure out what is a quote enhanced patio for this year.
I think we need them to do that, though. I think that the businesses need them to, the residents need them to. I think this was one idea, and I think we've realized now that there's a lot of concerns running around it. So I think it's great for staff, too, if they come up with a really cool idea to help our Main Street be even more thriving this summer.
So is one of the things you're thinking, like when you say enhanced, to encompass like retail and services-based businesses in addition to?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Fahey.
Could we also encourage the DBA and the chamber to become more involved in how we could enhance the patio program? I mean, aside from just doing flowers and things like that, they probably have great ideas on how we could enhance the patio program for this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would go for the residents as well. But go ahead.
And I think as part of, again, I think it's a fair ask. This has obviously drawn a lot of attention on both sides. I think it's a fair ask. Like, this is version 1, draft 1, right? We all go through draft 2. I'm not saying we got to do 14 drafts, but I think it's a fair ask given how engaged our residents and businesses have been to ask them to do a little bit more work. I'd like to see more on the parking mitigation and particularly exploring the resident parking for Lafarge, right? If the RT bus, I mean, I feel like we have to give some benefit to those residents that it would be impacted by the bus situation. Well, if we do the enhanced, it won't be, but still it's going to impact parking. So that would be my ask.
We're talking about not.
I know, I retract, but still, you are removing, parking is an issue. You're still removing parking. But again, I realize that with the enhanced, the buses would still run through. And I'd still like to propose activating the 600 block. I know that's, gives them an advantage, but again, it doesn't impact the buses. So I'd like to see what that would take. Those patios that are on the 600 block could then be utilized on the other blocks, right? And I think there's 3 that I've seen, but we would know more. But I'd like to understand if the 600 block can fully close, they don't need the patios. Those patios can then move to the 700 and 800 blocks. So I'd like to see that as part of the revision discussion.
Yeah, I think that would be, what you're proposing is kind of an amendment.
Well, then it's an amendment.
If you want to propose an amendment or a friendly amendment.
I'll propose a friendly amendment.
You got to vote on the substitute motion first. As to whether to substitute the motion that's currently pending, which is still my motion. So you have to decide whether to substitute the motion, and then you can amend it.
Yeah, yeah. um, Okay, the motion that is pending, substitute motion that's pending is to send it back to staff for an enhanced, development of an enhanced patio program for Main Street, not a closure. All right. Well, I guess I'm not sure whether we have a discussion of next year or not. That's really separate. I mean, these folks need to make a decision about the summer, I think. I thought that was, I mean, I think it sets we can always talk about additional stuff, but that's the motion. Does everybody know what they're voting on? Okay, no?
I think the residents would like you to clarify.
Yeah, I
the
was say,
motion.
shall we clarify what the motion is? So the substitute motion is to not close Main Street, to ask staff to find a plan where we work with DBA, Chamber, LRC to come up with a substantially enhanced patio program, so it's not just for the restaurants, and get the foot traffic activated for the downtown. And that's what it is.
Right, is everybody on council clear on what the motion is? All right. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Fahy,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern,
Yes.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
No.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Yes.
sorry, Councilmember Bierman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Yeah, now would be the appropriate time for an amendment.
Then I'd like to suggest an amendment to explore, have staff consider closing the 600 block of Main Street. Activating that block only
With a parking program.
with, with the parking mitigation, research or, recommendations beyond wayfinding signs.
So there's a motion to amend the motion we just passed. Okay.
Close 600.
Is there a second? I think it dies for lack of a second. And I think I don't think there's anything further to be done. I don't think we have to vote on the original motion. Am I right?
I mean, I don't think you need to at this point.
Yeah.
It seems like the consensus is clear, so
Okay.
unless,
I think you need to vote on the amendment, but not on the.
Yeah. Well, we didn't, except for there's not a second to the amendment.
Yeah.
So it dies for lack of a second. All right. So I think we have a resolution, which is to substantially enhance the summer patio program. And
Not yet. To make sure they're done.
all right. Let's take 5. I know, I don't want to take 5, but we have to.
keep making all these late meetings.
Next item on the agenda is, I believe, our Resolution 17, Series 2024, a resolution setting certain water, wastewater, stormwater, and other fees, rates, and charges for the city of Louisville, Colorado. Staff presentation.
Everybody left.
Fantastic. I think they all endorse whatever we're about to do here.
Apparently, they don't care as much about.
We'll move fast. I have Clerk Muth is going to run the presentation for me. So I'm going to pull that up. Good evening, Kirk Carr, Public Works and Utilities Director. So we're looking at our 2024 rate recommendations. These are your rate recommendations to increase revenues for your water, wastewater, and stormwater funds. We started this process almost a year ago under a different council, under a different finance committee, and we've worked through this process through multiple new people. And so part of this process has been following what we do regularly, but trying to educate and get people up to speed through the learning curve along the way. And so there's a lot of information here. For sake of speed, I'm going to skip a lot and dance around to get to the end result. If we had had more time, I would do more education with you all to continue that learning curve. What I can say is what we adopt here tonight will, in a month or two, be effective. May 1 will be effective, but in a month or two, we will also start working with the Finance Committee again towards looking at next year, updating all our things, and bringing everyone along on that financial planning. So next slide. All I can tell you is 2023 was a really rough year. We did not have a lot of development, so that was $1 million shortfall roughly in our tap fees, or 40% down on that line item that was budgeted for 23. Just the water revenue was down, the monthly revenue because of how wet it was, record wet year. That really was all impact on our water side. Our wastewater and stormwater funds are more flat fee based, and so those bills are pretty static. And then we're always battling inflation right now and just trying to hire and keep people, which has a lot of labor costs. Next slide. Stop me if you have questions. This just shows the last 5 years. The lines highlighted are how low we were in the last 5 years. We've just had almost 30% drops in usage in water, and that's been a huge hit to the water fund. Next slide. Back one slide right there. Our water usage can fluctuate quite a bit. We're used to it fluctuating, anywhere from 5 to say 15% on average. But we've seen a 30% drop in usage from 2020 to 2023. We had the lowest usage last year since in the 80s and 90s. It's crazy how little water we use. That's great for the environment. 2020, it's really high. People will say, hey, was that COVID based? Yeah, we had a lot of people sitting at home looking at their yards watering. But more importantly, there was a drought. We were in the middle of a drought. We were going into kind of the second year of a drought. It was hot. So it was really the biggest factor was drought, not COVID. Then we had the fire and we lost some homes. 21 and 22 were kind of average seasonal years. So you can really see I think a 3 to 4% drop there. And that we just think the Marshall fire was, probably around a 5% impact to things. And then again, we get into the wet year in 2023. So the top bar is consumption. We use just over 1 billion gallons a year as a city, and then the revenue that's generated. And you can just see how those lines bounce around. So we're always trying to guess where that's going to bounce or what that average is, and then budget around that and hope that our crystal ball was okay. Next slide. This just is how your classes break out from residential, commercial, city, whatnot. Next slide. You can look at that later if that's enjoyable to you. These are the pressures that have been hitting us over the last 5 years. There's a bunch of commodities up there on the right. That data came out of an article done by the Colorado Sun. As we all know, life has gotten more expensive. Construction cost indexes are up on us. Most of our costs in your funds are construction-oriented costs. So all these indexes that are up 63%. That's the CDOT index. We've got the Denver construction cost index and the building cost index. Those are both up in 23%, 27%. There's also a water sewer trash index out there that tracks kind of our commodity, our business on a national basis. So that's up 18%. So over 5 years, we've had a rate increase of only 2% on water, 25% on wastewater, and on stormwater, 43%. There's the total dollars that we've increased the bill on the right in the parentheses. 5-year total combined bill is only up 9%. And our 6-year, if we add on what we're considering right now with the staff recommendation, is 25%. And then this is just an example of our direct costs on the water fund on the left side. We just have a lot of costs in chemical inflation, labor, things like I discussed before. Next slide. So you can see historical rate increases on the top in 2020. I'll just point out that we just went zeros across the board to keep bills low for everybody. We continue to keep bills low through the fire and whatnot. And so those things have caught up with us. Typically, we would have been doing a 4 or 5% on wastewater and stormwater. We would have been doing 2 and 3% on the water side, but we haven't. So like on top of all the pressures, we haven't been doing the increases we want. We've been absorbing that. We've been burning down our reserves. And so this is just catching up with us, okay? So 2024, this is what we're recommending, 6.5%, 25%, 14%. And you can kind of see our crystal ball projections that have sensitivities to various things I'll talk quickly about. But that's what we're recommending on wastewater. We did meet with the Finance Committee. We originally recommended 30%. Finance Committee asked us to come up with a few scenarios. So we do have 3 scenarios in the back where it was 30%, 25%, or 12%. So there's a third scenario where you can bring that wastewater down a little bit. All we're trying to do with some of these percent increases is start to create a reserve for our capital projects. So if there's overruns, we can absorb this. Next slide. This is your total bill impact. So approximately $13 bottom line on the average bill that uses 10,000 gallons. $3 for water, $9 wastewater, $1 for stormwater. Next slide. We'll cover all these things quickly here. Next slide. This is how we compare to other communities. I think we're very competitive. We have a very talented staff, and you have good facilities. And we do that by just trying to be lean and mean. But, you know, it takes a lot to get there, and it takes also us approving rates to keep things going in that direction. And if we get too many steps backwards, it's hard to catch that back up. This is an effort over many years to get us to this place. We are competing with communities that are much larger than us, much larger purchasing, much larger orders of scale. I think we're just giving you a good value. Next slide. If we break that down just to each utility, for water, again, we're one of the cheapest in the Front Range. On wastewater, it looks like we're high, but those top 5 communities are all Boulder County, or 6 are all Boulder County communities. Lafayette has more increases coming, so we're going to drop probably below them. Again, Longmont's bigger. Those ones towards the bottom, the ones with the darker brown bars, they're actually communities that don't even run a wastewater plant. They go to the large metro wastewater plant. So like that is a scale at which it is hard to compete with, but we show you how you compare to those. So we are competing within the light communities within Boulder County. I just want to point that out. And then stormwater is very, very low fee comparable. Next slide. This is just other rates that other cities were doing, 23 to 24, and other cities have more coming. Just search rate increases across the Front Range, and you can see a lot of cities have a similar storyline, and they're doing much more aggressive rate increases than we are over the next few years. Next slide. Water sewer trash index compared to water. Some days we're under the index. Some days we got to catch up and get over it, but we try to stay balanced. It's just another metric you can use against us, with us. This just shows cost of service. It's a rate equity thing. So we look at how people use the system and make sure the rates are equitable. The top is money we bring in, bottom or middle is the consumption. The bar chart on the bottom is the one to look at. Orange was our commercial rate, green was our residential rate. You can see one was much more expensive than the other in the past, and so we had to revise our rates to create equity. Now you can see those bars line up. So just equitable charges. Next slide. There was at Finance Committee, there was conversations, and then other conversations we've had around trash and utility things is what type of bill assistance do we offer people, those that are struggling financially. So we do work through Sister Carmen. We provide about $5,000 per year to Sister Carmen. They provide people assistance. They did not really have good data on utility bills that they've paid because typically they offer rent assistance, and once they can pay for people's rent, then that clears up funding for people to pay their power bills and their water bills and whatnot. Total assistance for Sister Carmen, though, peaked out in that 225 range. It's slowly been coming down, but that's just so what you see what we do with bill assistance. And so we do offer assistance to those that are financially struggling, and they go through a system that's established to get that aid. Next slide. We have 7 metrics or things that we really look at that determine your rates. First, we have this big Excel model that looks at operational costs, capital projects, debt, construction cost index increases, personnel labor cost increases. We put all these values into this model, and that's step 1. Step 2, we look at and say, oh, wow, that's a big increase. How do we spread it out? We call that smoothing. So instead of doing 50% all today, let's try to plan things out in advance so we can do 5, 5, 5, 5 or 10, 5, 5. I don't know. It just depends how that math goes and what's hitting us. The banks need, number 3, debt service ratio. We have to provide or bring in a certain amount of money in our monthly bills or a certain amount of money in our monthly bills plus tap fees to cover what the banks want us to make for the loans that we have out. So generally our rates are either driven by the debt service coverage or by our reserves. Cash reserves, number 4. Over time, we had 120 days of cash reserves. Then that shrunk to 90 days to make it more consistent with all funds within the city through our financial policies. And then we are now starting to propose, as we bring our funding down to a 90-day fund level, and this is all was council guidance over the years, it makes us a little susceptible to the inflationary things that we're seeing with projects and construction cost index. So we're trying to establish some stability in the utility while also keeping those fund balances low. Turn back is another thing that we got council guidance on. So typically we budget, let's say we budget $100 and then we spend $100. That would be a 0% turn back because we're not turning any money back in to the fund reserve. We got guidance last year through the budget process to plan on having a 10% turn back. So that just assumes that in any given year, we only spend 90 out of the $100, and then that you're getting money back into the reserve that then goes towards lowering rates in the future. It's was based off of seeing patterns where we had higher turn back in the past, and there'll be a slide where I can talk to this. Tap fees is when someone builds a new building, connects to our system, we get a tap fee, interest rates are high, growth stopped, so we're not really getting tap fees. Also, we had projections based off of Red Tail. Red Tail has been delayed. It's a significant tap fee contributor, and therefore, as that's delayed, money that we thought would come in at a certain time frame does not, so that also impacts rates. And then finally, just our long-term planning, looking out forward, what's gonna be obsolete, what's failing, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm gonna do a lot of next slides here because we just touched on this quick. Basically, we add up all those expenses, figure out the revenues we need, and then we don't really keep a big reserve. We're not trying to make a profit. We're just trying to even out the shocks down the road, be able to absorb disasters, drought, rainy days, et cetera, et cetera. So we are at the end of a process that we follow every year to adopt what is a recommendation that we've worked and discussed with multiple finance committees and now the council. And then we will restart this process in June with the finance committee to start reevaluating for next year. Bill inserts will go out in April, become effective in May. Next slide. Keep going. Next slide. Next slide. Stop me if you're excited about any of these slides. So just so you know, on our debt service ratio, water, we will pay off our debt this year. We will have no debt on the water fund moving forward. So we'll just be on a cash flow basis. And if at some point our need gets big enough, we may discuss trying to look at loans and spread out those costs for rates. But also when you take out a loan, it does drive your rates. So right now, we're just going to go into a cash basis on water, wastewater, and stormwater. We are smoothing up to capital needs, trying to absorb all the inflationary costs and whatnot. But also, when we took out these loans back in 2014, we took out an interest-only loan so that we could keep the bottom line fund loan obligations the same, roughly around $2.4 million. So you can kind of see it in years 24 and 25 where that debt payment is going up. We're easing ourselves out of that interest payment to the full payment. So that has been a big reason for our constant stormwater and wastewater increases. It's not because we just continually spend money. It's because we already had a long-term smoothing plan for the last 10 years to bring it up to the full payment to ease that debt over 5 to 10 years. So that built you a new wastewater plant, and then that was a massive floodplain project in downtown to take large portions of downtown out of the floodplain.
Can I interrupt you for just a second?
Sure can.
Just as a real positive, that's the single largest infrastructure project that we've had in Louisville, or the single largest single building that we have built in Louisville with, I think it was $38 million.
It was like 30, 32.
I thought
The rec center may have squeaked us out. I don't want to take credit.
Anyway, close, and that's wonderful that it's getting paid off. That's remarkable.
Yeah, 2.5% interest rate, pretty good interest rate. So.
Yeah, never
Next
see
slide.
that again, but.
No, we
right.
timed that one really good. So again, we talked about the 90 days cash, 25% of our operating expenses. Next slide. So these are our reserves, water, wastewater, stormwater, and we're bringing those reserves down because we have a planned spend down, because we have approved long-term capital plan, which you all review every 2 years and have previously approved. So have planned projects that are moving forward that bring these reserves down. But as we bring reserves down and costs go up, we lose our ability to absorb shocks. Next slide. These are the funds. Relatively, the water fund has good ability to generate revenue on a normal year and then absorb shock and get projects done. Wastewater and stormwater don't have as significant ability to generate revenues due to their debt burden and how much we charge for those bills. So the net between the money we bring in, the money we bring out, if we look at that middle line, the water's bringing in about $1 million a year. We don't have debt payments anymore. So we can save that up, put that towards multi-million-dollar projects, or get a lot of projects done with 1 year revenue. Wastewater and stormwater, they're very small amounts, 100,000 and 500,000 net. Those projects are typically $1 million to $5 million projects. So our ability to spend down and then save up in wastewater and stormwater we don't have that same ability, and they're very sensitive to any changes in anything. Like roughly $50,000 is a roughly 1% increase. So if we have a $100,000 or a $500,000 thing go wrong, it takes a lot to kind of catch up with that. Anything else I want to touch on here? I don't think so. Next slide. So what we're trying to do is respect that 90 days cash of O&M reserve, but then we're also trying to say hey, we should carry 2% of whatever our fixed assets are. So you own a wastewater plant, a bunch of sewer pipes and a bunch of lift stations. Total value of that is say 50 million. So let's take 2% of that and create a reserve, because we're always needing to take care of those things or upgrade them for reasons of permitting, federal regulatory, the environment in general. So we're just trying to add on this capital reserve. Next slide. This looks at the turn back. I want to just point this out. So if you look at the top, and let's just look at water, you got 16, 33, 21, 20. So as a council, you say, hey, you turn in a lot of money, so why are you planning in the model on 0% turn back? Over time, we've heard that message. We've tightened things up. A lot of cases, we just had areas where we had allowances in case things went wrong, but that created turn back. People didn't like turn back, so we shrunk those budget items. We didn't have as many allowances for things to go wrong. But since then, our turn back has gone down, or we were even over budget in several cases. Some pieces of that are from the fire, but significantly, it's more the cost going on in the day-to-day. So just looking at 2023, we're maybe in a 5 to 10% turnback situation. So per the council guidance, those rates on the bottom where we've got the dashed boxes around them, we're working with the 10% turnback. So as long as all those numbers work out and we can hit that type of target, that's fine. But the minute we actually use our budget, that recommended rate actually starts to go up. It's how tight we're making things and how much ability or elasticity we have in the system as things come up. So we're working with a 10% turn back. It's something we'll talk to the finance committee on to see if there's any consideration to look at trying to just budget accurately, spend those budgets complete, don't have too much budget, and make sure rates are estimated as close as we can. Next slide. Projection. So the portion half fees. So 425, 60, see the blue numbers. If red goes, it doesn't go. We not attach to that, but we are utilities. So if it does go, we have to be prepared to serve it. We are getting close to build out. Retail is a last piece of the puzzle. It does have impacts to the utility. So we're trying to plan, we're not going, we're going. These are things that take like 3 to 5 years to build. And so when it's all in, all out, like as a staff, we're in the back like this. We're trying to keep this. Just know if retail is a leg for what reason, that money won't come in. It's going to be planned in your modeling. And so it'll have extra rates, just sensitivities. Next slide. Just know we're always looking at the rollover. We're always planning what's happening in the future. We just did an updated utility map, and we're going to try to look 10, 20 on large, whether it's regulatory things or things that fail. Essentially, just try to figure out where to invest in needs in the future. So how to impact on this, and then also just any projects that are already but we look at a lot of scenarios, take time to talk about them all, but they what do we have now? Project and we looked at fire, that was very cost, and so we just think that looking at A and B solvability, build up on each other. Slide, what we talk about A plus B. So it's new projects, cash reserve. Do the scenarios, on your own time, asking questions. Over the week or next, if you want to get into details. Next slide. So the projects are coming on. And so you can see 28 on the bar. The bar we're just trying to even. Well, put your plans there. We have the model and set some numbers. It's talking about rates. It's like for this year, we're going to make the rate go up, and then next year is going to be negative. We just we can be out and analyze all the every year as way out years. We're not trying to our system. We see to a comparison that we're saying competitive. I think this methodology works. So if someone gets about the back of that graph, I understand, but also watching all of that. There's the way we ran into this. We got low, high ability to not come and say, hey, what we need to raise. Again, beyond told you, so low risk to us was the 30% that we suggested or recommended to the finance committee. We also understand costs on everything we want to keep. So looked at trying to spread out build capital reserve. And so the mid was 25%. High risk to us, low risk to U.S. Council was just having 4%. So you just say, like, hey, that year. But if we were all rumbling, maybe now it was 20 next year, 30. I don't know. It's pretty dynamic days. Or maybe still a 12. Or hey, maybe everything falls in place less. I don't know. So they can go up. Okay. All right. And here, so again, wastewater rates and counts at 12 an area. And summer, again, spending up and down reserves based on projects. Stormwater projects are typically project is done with high flood district as a partner, and we are 50% match. All of these are built to get portions of your city out of the floodplain. Right now, like Lincoln project, so house condos out of the floodplain. Next, we'll be going up towards Main 42, and some farms are large project on there. So that's our presentation. That was a lot. We spent more time. That was our recommendation. So open that up to questions. Have to do what I can. And I think I had one more slide that you guys don't want to get to. It's what the bill looks like. Let's have questions, and then we can talk about mail.
When it came to the cost of cost of commercial fire to the wastewater system, was when you successful the whole system.
System, we had a large fund, and then we just had a lot of costs. I think almost ended up plus a couple $100 there. Significant rate increases.
Would you mind reason for such a increase in the water?
Wastewater is project driven to a $5 million project that when we got costs on it was $8 million. We whittled it down to $5 million. And if Red Tail goes, they'll have $1 million reimbursement. You know, we're getting $1 million out of $5 million for build out portions, but a significant cost of that is Red Tail. We had that when we built pieces. So that's wastewater plant was not created in 2000 because it was still younger. That's hitting its life cycle. A big project with a $5,000 truck that we avoid because our current 13 is still trying to keep that grip, but its services are significantly up and its costs to maintain are going. So something that we're limp along. We decided we couldn't do it, so we put that in, and then we also have a lift station at CTC. It's one of our largest lift stations. So it's basically a big vault that collects sewage, pumps it up high, and then it drains to the wastewater plant. So that has hit aging, and as we're working into replacement on that, there's costs coming online for just things that are 15 or 20 years old. So those are the biggest costs, all project driven.
So most of it is just like equipment or things that need to be updated and maintained regularly. It is not either the Marshall Fire, we did get like a reimbursement or.
Yeah, waste is not Marshall Fire at all.
Okay, just water was. And then Red Tail is not a substantial impact to this either. Like, what are the contributions that they'll be required to make in that development will cover the cost of everything that's going to be impacted?
Yes, if or when Red Tail becomes approved, they'll have a separate agreement where they're completely responsible for their portion of that expansion. So there'll be zero cost to the city.
Thank you.
I had a question, and just big picture, I'm looking at the insert, right? And, sorry, I'm looking at the insert, and obviously there's, I mean, you've done, I think, a good job at explaining that, but I'm looking at a, 14.7% increase this year and 6% next year, and I'm like, part of we've talked about smoothing, right, over time, and why not here? Why, and it's a real, that's sort of a, I mean, I'm sure there's an answer to that, but I mean, that's the question we're gonna get is why does it have to be 14.7? Why couldn't you phase that in over time or just smooth it?
I think on wastewater, because of the scale of that fund, and if too many things catch up with us, then that fund can escalate quickly.
Yeah.
And so we've been pushing back and trying to just hold our line to build up to that full debt service payment on wastewater. Well, we've had some big projects that as inflation has hit and those construction cost indexes been hitting, and you're getting 10 to 20% inflation on millions of dollars, like it's scaling faster than we can move our rates up. And so we have been absorbing in areas that have large costs with large index increases, and we've just kind of ran out of the ability to absorb.
This with the 25% also.
Which one?
This does not have the 25% wastewater increase. I mean, this has 25%, not the 12.
Correct. This has 25%, not the 12. Good clarification.
So if you go with the 12, this goes down.
Right, goes down
Yeah,
by
no,
$4.
I get it. I get it. I'm just, yeah. Go ahead, Councilmember Hefner.
Just for everyone's benefit, I mean, that was the same concern that I think all three of us had when this hit finance, and it was a 30% increase on wastewater then. I think we all had some sticker shock. You know, looking at the last 3 years, it was 448, and then we're going to go to 30 from 8, and then back down to single digits. And I certainly understand there's a lot of factors outside your control, and don't want to lay this at your feet, but just sort of thinking about it from how sort of optics, that doesn't look or feel very smooth. And you know, I'm pleased that Director Coher was able to come up with the 12-12-12 option. I am hopeful that we can adopt that, and if we need to do a course correction midstream, we certainly will, and we can discuss that, and I think we can move nimbly if we have to, but I'm much more comfortable with 448-12 than 448-25 or 448-30, just in terms of our goal of trying to keep those increases spread out over time.
So I appreciate that, and thanks for giving the Finance Committee perspective as the chair. Any other, I don't mean to interrupt. Did you have anything else that you were gonna
I
present?
don't, you know, we're just trying to show you the risk that we're balancing, and then you get to choose how risky you want to be.
Are there any questions, other questions for Director Coher? Do we have a motion? Well, actually, we need to take
We need
public
public
comment.
comment,
Yeah. Are there, looks like we've got one public comment.
Christian Dino?
Yes, hello, my name is Christian Dino, 967 Eldorado Lane. You know, a couple things I'd like to state. You know, first off, it seems that regardless of kind of public utility, when you're looking at it, I mean, whether it's Excel, whether it's, you know, City of Louisville Water, it always kind of goes in this back and forth of we need to conserve, or, you know, you're using too much, and we're going to increase rates to enforce compliance. And then all the spending goes down, and oh, crud, we're not making what we expected to make because your conservation was such good efforts. So now we're going to increase rates yet again. Doesn't seem that the rates ever go down; they just kind of go up for regardless of reason. You know, I mean, that's kind of one thing that I've seen over time that I just kind of want to relate. But I think I do have to thank Kurt in the sense that, you know, he kind of proved my point from my last statement in regards to being in support of closing down Main Street in support of these public businesses and what we need to do to really support businesses, to support development, to support the economic vitality in our community, so that the burden of all of these cost increases don't fall back upon all of the residents. And, it seems that, through several comments that, we're making things to where the residential and the business contributions are more equalized through this, that, there's finance contributions from red tail that are impacting these costs and, where they're going. It seems to prove the point that we need to be making decisions to support these businesses, to support this development, to support this economic vitality, so that it's not constantly falling on the residents. And that seems to be what it's doing here.
Thanks, Christian.
Next is Josh Cooperman. Josh.
This is Josh Cooperman. I would like to reiterate a comment that I made probably about a year ago. And it's about the water rates for single-family residential. At the moment, the way that those are set is that basically the fees for providing water are bundled with a certain amount of water, and that goes into the base cost. So even if you use less water than the base amount, you still pay the full amount of that base fee. And I suggested that maybe we could change that rate structure for a few different reasons. One reason is that, well, first of all, I think the suggestion in how to change it would be to basically unbundle the first amount of water from the fees just to provide the water, and just to have people pay for how much water they use. And the reasons I made that suggestion, first of all, I think that helps to incentivize a little bit more conservation of water, where people can just pay for the amount of water that they want to use, and so then they're not likely to just waste water up to the amount that they have bundled with their fee. And then another reason I think has to do with equity. Right? Basically, you're requiring that people pay for a certain amount of water, even if they don't want to use that amount of water. And that is, it's in some sense hurting the people who probably can least afford to pay for water. So primarily for those two reasons, I think it would be great to change the way that we charge for water for single-family residences. Of course, if we make that change, that would probably reduce the amount of revenue that we're receiving, at least by some amount. And I would suggest that the way to offset that is to increase the rate structure for using more and more water. And again, that would then go towards incentivizing further conservation. Thanks.
Thanks, Josh. Other public comments? It doesn't appear so. Doesn't look like anybody is left in council chambers except for a couple of folks, and they don't seem to be interested in making a public comment.
Would you entertain a motion?
We will entertain the motion. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd move that we adopt the utility rates as proposed with the one change, that we adopt the 12.1% rate increases for wastewater in 24, 25, and 26.
Second. Any discussion? Let's take a roll call.
Councilmember Bierman?
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
Councilmember Kern?
Yes.
Mayor Lay?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. There are several items on the agenda that I think, I don't know that we need motions to.
We do need a motion on ordinance 1870 to set it to a date certain because this is second reading tonight.
That would be, yeah, okay, so we're quickly, ordinance number 1870, series 2024, an ordinance renaming the Arts and Culture Advisory Board and amending the Louisville Municipal Code to reflect the same. Second reading tonight was to be the public hearing. We are laying that over, but we need a time or a date and time.
April 6th at 6 p.m.
Let's do that. Do we need a motion for that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Move to,
April 2nd?
Second, yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
good.
No fun.
Oh, why not? All right, well, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson, would you like to make the motion then?
Yeah, I would move that we continue this to April 2nd at 6 p.m.
Second.
We have a roll call?
Just voice vote, it's fine.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And let's see, no need for a motion on the others? Okay, we'll just lay those over. City Attorney's report.
Nothing from me.
Any council comments, committee reports, and identification of future agenda items? The only one that I have is a request again for the motion, or for the amendment to the ordinance relating to the Board of Building Appeals to add the duty or the responsibility for providing written comment to council about any changes to energy codes.
Got it, and that is on their agenda tomorrow night. So I'll get you all a copy of that draft as well.
Great, thank you very much. Anything else? Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
We're adjourned.